Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing.
And understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Thank you, Lukey Lou, still for the 2,000 bits there. Holy moly. Starting to stream off right here. Welcome, everybody, to Paleontologizing. It is Thursday, April 2nd, 2026, and it is Thursday BIRDSday. We'll be getting into that toward the end of today's stream, but first, we've got more fossil news to cover. We've got Metazoa, we've got lots of viewer Q&A. It's going to be a good one. This is our last stream of the week, so I'm glad you're here. And if you're here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. The whole point of these broadcasts is to try and give you an inside peek into how fossil science really works. And I feel tremendously lucky to be able to provide you that peek, to give you a first-hand perspective on paleontology. As a paleontologist, I work on fossils. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I work primarily on dinosaurs, but that's not just what paleontology is. Paleontology is the study of fossils in general. We're trying to figure out the history of life on Earth through the study of the fossil record. And fossils, of course, are the preserved remains of ancient living things. That includes everything from fossil bacteria to fossil baleen whales, from fossil ferns to fossil frogs, and everything in between. If there's a critter that lived on our planet and left record of its existence in the rocks, that is the purview of the paleontologist. It's more than just dinosaurs, but dinosaurs are what I happen to work on. I'm broadcasting to you live from my office in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. It is sunny today. The rain has stopped. It's pretty nice outside. Anyhow, when I'm not here in my office, I'm often out in the field, digging up fossils, collecting data, showing you how field paleontology works. Last year we spent 11 weeks in the field, broadcasting nearly every day. I don't know if we'll exceed that this year. So far, we've had no weeks in the field, and it's March already. No, it's April. What am I saying? But we'll see. Anyway. One of the things that makes these broadcasts special is the fact that it's live and interactive. It makes Twitch a phenomenal platform for doing science outreach. If you happen to have any questions, things you're curious about, things that you think maybe you might misunderstand, or stuff you want to hear more about, just type it into the chat. It's that interactivity that makes this different from a pre-recorded lecture or something like that. It's interactive.
Dirter.
Yeah, dirt or bust with the dirter there. Salute to you too. You never know what'll happen. It's a live broadcast. Oh, anyway, welcome to Paleontologizing. Don't be hesitant or shy with your questions if you've got any. Think of this more like office hours than a lecture hall lecture, you know? It's good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Before we get into... Well, first, let me do a quick post to Blue Sky here before I forget. Yeah. I feel like all my screenshots look the same except for the background, but maybe that's part of the charm. Paint here, paste in that screenshot. That's good. You can use that. Why not? What just happened? There we go. You know, I think I can do a little bit better than that, actually. There we go. Let's try that. Yeah, it's a little bit better. We'll crop that nice and clean. And Dynameme says, my new favorite stream. I'm glad we got that in the screenshot there. Thank you for the kind words. I Really appreciate that. That means a lot, seriously. We'll post this, let folks know we're live. There we go. It's Thursday BIRDSday today. But before we discuss the past and present dinosaurness of birds, we've got a bunch more paleontology and natural history news to discuss. Excuse me. Apologies. I'll drink some water. Starmy, I appreciate your Simpsons reference there. Hang out and we're taking some paleo camaraderie at twitch.tv/paleontologizing. Let's get it spelled correctly. Today's backdrop features a 3D printed Ceratosaurus skull and Trier R Gunkus model. Plus 2 Archaeopteryx specimens. Berlin and Eichstadt. I hope that's spelled right. Eichstadt Archaeopteryx. And it's got the little... There we go. Little double dots over the top. Paste as plain text. There we go. Plus a cassowary illustration and more. There we go. It doesn't gotta be perfect. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Good stuff. There's a link to the post in the chat if you want to interact with that in any way. If any of you happen to be on Blue Sky, it's kind of a smaller but better version of the website formerly known as Twitter. It's chock full of scientists. It's kind of the platform of choice for researchers. A bunch of my friends and colleagues are on there, and I enjoy it. So, yeah. Anywho, and that was indeed a Simpsons reference there. I feel like maybe that could use some clarification. Starmy, you're roping me into playing Simpsons clips earlier than usual during a stream.
Let's meet the inventor, Dr. Nick Riviera.
Hello, Toy. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Dr. Nick.
Yeah. It's a recurring theme. That call and response. Anyhow. How many episodes of Simpsons include dinosaurs? There's a few. We actually have a few different alerts on this channel that are derived from Classic Simpsons. But yeah, is there a Simpsons clip redeemed? There is not, Win528. They just kind of arise whenever, you know? Whenever the mood strikes me, whenever something reminds me of, you know... Yeah, you know how it goes. Live broadcast. Anything can happen. But let's scroll through real quick and say hello to everybody. I saw Kodali and Matt M33 and Fall Machine up at the top. Howdy to you, early birds. Good to see you as always. Lenina, what's shaking with you? Hope you're having a good day, Lenina. Nivi, howdy. Yar the Goose has returned again. Welcome, Yar the Goose. Happy Thursday BIRDSday to you, with a bird in your name. As they say, a bird in the name is worth... It's worth a lot. Especially around here. Read again, wife. How are you doing, Aaron? Howdy, Pate B, Little Pink Pony, Johnny Kilo, Golganek. Happy Theropod Thursday BIRDSday to you too, Golganek. It's good to see you. Looky Lucille, What's Shaking, Case Kuchin, Max Devlin, Hey Key, Dino Roria, Ostroraptor. Howdy. Cinema, says Pape. I'm glad you enjoyed the cold open video there. HGC Karn, howdy. Oh yeah, and we did have an earthquake this morning, Golganek. Yes, indeed. Woke me up. It was like almost 2 a.m. today. There we go. Here it is on the United States Geological Survey website. A 4.6, 1 kilometer southeast of Boulder Creek, California. This is kind of just north of Santa Cruz. But yeah, woke me up this morning. Here it is there. Yeah. So here's where I live in the, again, beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Right up here. So yeah, not too far south from me. A little bit north of Santa Cruz. But there we go. Right there. So this is going to be along the San Andreas Fault, which is here in red. I feel like this is an excellent opportunity to talk a little bit about what causes earthquakes, because I don't know, a lot of folks don't get to learn about this sort of thing in school. So let's take a look. Yeah. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yes, same moon. Yeah.
This is a herbivore and that's the dinosaur man.
Dinosaur man.
Catherine May, thank you for the 2 months of support. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for the Prime. Excellent. Thanks for keeping me here on the air with your support. There we go. Appreciate it, Catherine May.
Well, welcome back to Mornings on 2. It's 5:44.
Yeah.
Phone alerts went off. Some shaking happened. The U.S. Geological Survey reports a 4.6 magnitude earthquake hit in the Santa Cruz Mountains, but felt a pretty big distance away.
All over the place.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
KTVU's James Torres in Boulder Creek right now. So, James, the people felt it all over the Bay Area. What are they saying out there?
Yeah, I can tell you my own experience this morning in San Francisco. You heard the alert on the Shake app saying, hey, get ready for an earthquake. It's about to hit. And just a few seconds later, the earthquake hit. Now, for us here in...
So, yeah, now that I think about it, this was in the middle of the night. I must have been dead asleep. And then I remember hearing a weird noise, electronic, like a phone alert. It must have been that woke me up. And then I felt the shaking. Ironheart 50, thank you for the 69 months of support. Nice.
Hello, everyone.
Really appreciate that, Ironheart. One of our founders here on this channel, right? Hence that little first badge there. Appreciate you, Ironheart. Thank you for sustaining this mission of science outreach and education. Really appreciate that. And yeah, that is a newish alert, Starmy. Just added that last week. Yeah. Alexander says, never faced an earthquake, so I wouldn't know how to adjust. This is something I think about sometimes. People who live in different parts of the world, they hear about potential natural disasters in other parts of the country, and they go, holy cow, that sounds like the scariest thing in the world. I could never deal with that. Like, I've never, well, actually, come to think of it, I have seen a tornado in person. But there's something to me very scary about a tornado that doesn't seem as scary as an earthquake. And I think it's just the things that you grow up with. You know, there's the possibility of this kind of a natural event occurring, and you kind of make peace with it. So earthquake was, I think, 1:41 a.m. this morning.
In San Francisco, we felt that moving a little bit side to side. We didn't feel any of those extreme sharp
Oh, Alexander Morrison says, my state's bedrock seems as stable as it could be. No, it's absolutely not, Alexander Morrison. Florida has karst topography. You get sinkholes out the wazoo. Yeah. Well, it's not a tectonically active area. Yeah, you do get this kind of thing happening. So this is when you have, like limestone-rich substrate.
Images from
and it gets dissolved away by water over time, and then eventually it's like almost like an underground cave, and then the roof collapses. That's a sinkhole.
Florida, of that cavernous sinkhole that swallowed a home and a young man in his bedroom. And ABC's Gio Benitez shows us he is there.
This is our first look at the massive sinkhole that swallowed up 37-year-old Jeff Bush while sleeping.
Oh, you were making a joke. Okay, I'm sorry, Alexander. Here's me going, well, actually, but yeah.
In his
fair.
bed. Look closer. Authorities tell ABC News the sinkhole, about 30 feet wide and 100 feet deep, could well extend underneath the two neighboring homes, both less than 40 feet away.
Oof. Yeah. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this, but we'll get back to the earthquake with that other news report. And yeah, earthquakes. Yeah, big potential for those in Seattle as well. Petrodactylus, it is true.
jolts that you might have heard some other people experience in other parts of the Bay Area.
Back to the earthquake
but it
this morning.
quite a while, at least in my experience here. When we come down here to Boulder Creek, we just got here just a few minutes ago. Everyone is checking out this drugstore, and I think behind me, this is probably the worst of it, and that's the good news this morning. A bunch of stuff fell off a couple different shelves here, from the paper towels, toilet paper, I think some bottles of deodorant,
paper
spray,
towels fell.
shampoo, you name it. But there are no reports of any damage right now. We can show you a map that the USGS has provided to us, giving us an idea of where the epicenter was and how widespread this truly was felt. From San Francisco to Vallejo, all the way up to the North Bay, we're hearing reports from all over the place of at least feeling some sort of movement. We now know it's a 4.6 magnitude quake. That hit around 1:40 this morning. It probably woke you up.
It did
According
wake
to
me up.
MyShake and the USGS, there aren't any reports of damage at this point, and the likelihood of damage is low. Emergency agencies activated their...
So there's a few different things that you have to consider when we're talking about earthquakes, when we're describing their magnitude. You have that new enhanced scale. It's no longer the Richter scale. It's a different one, and we can talk about that. But also the depth of the earthquake and what kind of fault it occurs on also has a big effect on the whole character of the event, if that makes sense. Here's a link to that news report. But there was a really cool analogy that I saw from a geologist. She was trying to show using spaghetti the difference between, say, a 4.0 and a 5.0. It's not as simple as you would imagine. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find that particular video. I think I had it saved on Blue Sky. Let me see if I can track that down. It would be in my saved posts. Which I have quite a few of. This might take a minute. I'm just gonna scroll down a whole bunch and then do a Control F for spaghetti. Here we go. Excellent. Take a
That's essential.
look.
Let's talk about earthquakes and pasta. Every earthquake has one magnitude. That's essentially the amount of energy that's released during the earthquake. But magnitude scales can be difficult to understand because they're logarithmic, which isn't sort of intuitive. So I'm going to describe it using spaghetti.
Here we
If
go.
we imagine that the amount of energy it takes to break one strand of spaghetti is equivalent to the energy released during magnitude 5, what would a magnitude 6 be? 32 times more energy is released, so that would be like trying to break 32 strands of spaghetti.
So, again, a 6 doesn't sound that much bigger than a 5, but we're not talking about just simple numbers here. This is a logarithmic scale. So a 6 is 32 times more powerful than a magnitude 5. You're only going up 1 on the scale, but it's 32 times more powerful. So again, let me go back just a little bit.
Is equivalent to the energy released during magnitude 5. What would a magnitude 6 be? 32 times more energy is released, so that would be like trying to break 32 strands of spaghetti, right? Totally doable. What would a magnitude 7 be? That would be 32 times larger, so that would be like 1,024 strands of spaghetti. What about a magnitude 8? That would be 32 times larger than the magnitude 7, so that would be around 32,000 strands. What about a magnitude 9? A magnitude 9 would be 32 times more energy released than a magnitude 8, so that would be around 1,000,000 strands of spaghetti.
Nuts.
So the next time that you're thinking of making pasta, how hungry are you? Are you magnitude 6 hungry or are you magnitude 7 hungry? Let's talk about earthquakes.
Cool. Here's a link to that post, by the way. That is Dr. Wendy Bohan, earthquake geologist. And holy cow, the variety girl. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
With their army of 132 chickens.
Really appreciate that, variety girl. I hope you had an excellent stream. It is good to have you here.
If the dinosaurs had not died, perhaps in some catastrophe,
Thank you
no
for
reason
following,
to think dinosaurs wouldn't still be here, wouldn't still be dominating the Earth.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm streaming to you from my office here in the San Francisco Bay Area. And we're going to be going over a bunch of fossil news in a little bit, trying to catch up on some new discoveries. But the whole point of these streams is to do science outreach. To show you firsthand what fossil science is like. I happen to work on dinosaurs in particular. That's what I study, what I dig up.
Fossil skeletons are never found complete. They're
Thank you, Scarlet
always
Tribe.
missing bones, missing parts.
Appreciate the follow. And thank you, Speaker of the Horde, for being a gifter of the sub to the Variety Girl. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Speaker of the Horde gifted a tier 1 sub to the Variety Girl.
And
this is their first gift sub in the channel.
I appreciate that, Speaker of the Horde. Bushcutter, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Here, let me just show you a quick little welcome video, little channel trailer to introduce you to what we do around here. Tell you what I'm all about, what this channel's all about. Here we go.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Now here you are. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Let me know if you've got any questions at all. Given that this is live broadcast, interactive, I want you to not be shy about your questions. Whatever you're curious about, whatever you think you might be confused about, if you think you might have a misperception about extinction or evolution or the history of life on Earth, if there's something you're curious about with regard to fossil science or science in general, I'm here to answer those questions for you. Walk you through it and not just give you the answer, but use it as an opportunity to talk about how science works and how we figure these things out. Because it's the process as much as the end result that's important and often fascinating and inspiring. I've been tremendously lucky to be able to pursue my childhood dream of becoming a paleontologist, and now I get to share that with everybody. So I really appreciate the raid, Variety Girl, and I just want to welcome everybody. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Super Kaijin says, I read an article about a whole bunch of eggs that were dug up recently. Was it a hoax? I mean, I doubt it was a hoax. We find fossil eggs all the time. We were just talking about that the other day. I've personally excavated some, not entire nests of eggs, but fossil egg shell. But,
the world's first armored tank, you might say.
And Sola, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
Covered with thin, bony plates.
Especially in places in the world like Mongolia and China, fossilized nests of dinosaur eggs are not uncommon, and they often still have the embryos inside. Here's a specimen we were talking about just the other day. This is the Big Mama Oviraptor specimen. But you're looking at the underside of a feathered dinosaur. She was sitting on her nest, she, or maybe he. Maybe it's like ostriches and emus, where the dad is the one who sits on the eggs. But, so you're looking at the underside of this dinosaur from below. You see the rib cage there in the middle, you see the legs folded up, the arms are around the sides, and you see eggs. There. So, here we go. The bin, not like this. Some of these fossils are so well preserved that we can even determine the color of the eggshell by looking for the certain telltale signs in the microstructure of the eggs. You can figure out that some of these dinosaurs had bright blue or green eggs. It's pretty cool. But Brian Spencer Cosplay says the Variety Girls stream was great, and she looked lovely today. I'm glad to hear it. And honored to be the recipient of this raid. Again, welcome, welcome. And Lady Red Fox, I saw that you followed earlier, said Big Chimkins. Well, that is the thing that we're going to be talking about today. Anytime somebody asks me, Danny, what is the most exciting and mind-blowing fact about dinosaurs that you could share with the general audience? What could you say that would surprise and delight people? Some of you already know this, but dinosaurs are not extinct. What? I mean, they're not. We have thousands of living species of dinosaur today. We just call them birds. Birds evolved from earlier feathered, two-legged, meat-eating dinosaurs back in the Jurassic period. So birds are part of the dinosaur clade, the dinosaur evolutionary group. Birds are a kind of dinosaur. When most people think of dinosaurs, they think of long-necked sauropods, or toothy tyrannosaurs, or horned ceratopsians, or plated stegosaurs. But birds are a kind of dinosaur. We now recognize that birds arose from small two-legged meat-eating dinosaurs. This is kind of a picture of this from the 90s. Now we recognize that dinosaurs had feathers going way back before this. So that one up at the top shouldn't be as scaly as it is. It should be fully feathered. Dinosaurs like Velociraptor, in fact. If you were to encounter this animal alive, you probably would think it's some sort of big, weird, scary, ground-running bird. We know for a fact that dinosaurs like Velociraptor had feathers. We have direct evidence of big pennaceous feathers coming off of the ulna bone. You know, this bone on the forearm. Because there's bumps on there that correspond to the same bumps on like a turkey vulture. We know that that's where the quill knobs from these feathers attach to. And then we have close relatives of Velociraptor with fossilized feathers on them. They were preserved in an environment where you can get that kind of soft tissue preservation. Kostyanov, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Anywho. And bye to you too, Brian Spencer. Thanks for being here. Yeah. And Super Kaijin says, did the armored ones have feathers? That's a great question. So far, we don't have any evidence that the thyreophoran dinosaurs had feathers. Here we go. So if we're looking at different groups of dinosaurs here, birds are a kind of dinosaur. Everything that you see on here is a dinosaur. But the thyreophorans, thyreophora right here, this is the stegosaurs and the ankylosaurs and their relatives. The armored guys. We don't have any evidence of feathers on them yet. We're still kind of trying to figure out which groups of dinosaurs didn't have feathers. We know for a fact that some of them did. We know that theropod dinosaurs evolved feathers at some point. But we also have some evidence that these guys over here had feathers. Heterodontosaurs, and some of the iguanodontians, some of the ornithopods. But is it the same structure? Or did they independently evolve something that just looks a lot like feathers? We've got critters like Culindodromeus. We have preserved filaments on these guys. But are they actually feathers, or is it just something different that this group evolved that looks like simple hair-like feathers? There's still some mystery surrounding this. There's still some stuff we're trying to figure out. Oh, yeah. Mirth says, wouldn't be surprised if the newly hatched ones had feathers. And that is something that different paleontologists and artists have kind of speculated on. Here. Lovely series of illustrations in this book about that. They're speculative, but it's thought-provoking. Here we go. Our duckbill dinosaurs here. Guys like Parasaurolophus. We have a Parasaurolophus emote, too. You know, your duckbill dinosaurs, many of them had these big wacky crests and stuff. There is some evidence that some of these guys well, that their earlier relatives, closely related to their ancestors, may have had feathers. So you see that illustrated here. Here's a mother Parasaurolophus feeding a nest full of babies, and they are portrayed here. These very cute, fuzzy, kind of proto-feathers. Almost looks like fur or hair. Yeah. We don't have fossil skin from these guys that show that they had scales. So it's still kind of anyone's guess whether they were scaly or feathery or what. But it might make sense that these guys would have had kind of a downy, fuzzy covering, almost like a baby chick, when they first hatched out, to help keep them warm. We don't know either way yet, whether they were scaly or feathery. It's one of those things that we still have yet to learn. Yeah. Anyhow. Looks like she's devouring her babies. No, she's regurgitating food for them, like a lot of birds do today. So anyway, yeah. But good questions. Keep them coming if you've got them. I'll put this back. We're gonna do a quick game of Metazua in a little bit, and then we'll get into some fossil news, and then Thursday BIRDSday. Clear away some of these tabs. And yeah, so Murph says that pterosaurs had fibers, what we call pycnofibers. And thank you, Clint Novaclaw, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here. This is something we'll talk about when we do Metazua, our daily animal guessing challenge. But this idea of phylogeny. I always like to bring this up when we get a raid, when we get cool new people here. Because it's one of these concepts that's so important, and yet it doesn't really... Not enough people get to learn about this in school, for a number of reasons. Which I won't get into at the moment, but, the way that we as scientists classify living things, and extinct things, the way that we classify critters, it's not based on vibes, it's not based on what they look like, it's not based on what color they are, or whether they're warm or cold-blooded, or whether they have teeth, or stuff like that, you know? You've probably seen... You may have learned in school, let's see... that you have different classes of animals, you know? Mammals and birds and amphibians and invertebrates. And reptiles and fish. This is, not really correct. It's not even an oversimplification, it's just kind of straight up wrong. Because as it turns out, as we found through the fossil record, and through studying the morphology of different organisms, and through DNA, that birds are actually a kind of reptile. They're not separate groups. Birds evolved from reptiles, so they are a kind of reptile. And both the reptiles and the mammals evolved from an early amniote that the amphibians also evolved from. We can kind of debate whether or not they evolved from amphibians, but yeah. And all of those groups, except for the invertebrates, evolved from fish. So strictly speaking, birds are a kind of dinosaur, which is a kind of reptile, which is a kind of fish. So yeah. Yeah, there you go, petrodactyls, yeah, exactly. And there you go, Fool-esque, yeah. So when we classify living things, as scientists, we do it based on their ancestry, based on what they're actually related to. It's not just vibes, it's not just something like that. Like, when we say that different critters are related to each other, we mean that in a very literal sense. The same way that you're related to your siblings or to your cousins. When we say that you're related, it doesn't just mean that you look similar. Because sometimes you don't look that similar. The looking similar part is just a clue. The actual thing that makes you related is that you descend from a common ancestor. A recent common ancestor. In the sense that if you have siblings, then you and your siblings both came from a recent common ancestor from a parent. And you and your cousins are related because you share a slightly more distant common ancestor, your grandparent. So, when we're talking about living things, it's the same way. In the same way that you can make a family tree showing how you're related to your relatives, we can do that for literally all life on Earth. From ladybugs to lorikeets. From bacteria to bonobos. Me and my landlord Mini Pie here are related. Pretty closely in the grand scheme of things. So, here, I can show interrelationships here. Humans right here. And domestic cats. There we go. So on this whole tree, we're the same thing until you get to pretty recently in time. There's only a split about 85 million years ago. Back during the Cretaceous period. That's when the ancestor of the cats. Here's cats up here. Domestic cat. With how many of these critters are around, you'd think they could have gotten a better picture, but whatever. And humans. We're over on the primate branch. Highlighted in blue over here. There's primates. Old world monkeys and apes. Apes. Great apes. African apes. Here's us right here. Not really in our natural habitat, but that's okay. And there's the bonobos and the chimps, our closest living relatives. And outside of that, there's gorillas. A little further away is orangutans, and so on and so forth. We go back to the dawn of life itself, right here. Everything on our planet is related, but some things are obviously more closely related to each other than other things. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Anyway, we've got to pay the rent here. Ms. Mini Pie. Huh. Good time to pay the rent? I think so. He certainly thinks so. Alright, let's do that. Let's do that, huh? Yeah. Whoa. So yeah, in the grand scheme of things, we as human beings are not far from cats. We only diverged about 80, 90 million years ago, something like that. So we're both mammals, we're both placental mammals, we're both boroeutherian mammals. We're much closer to cats than we are to something like an octopus, or a coral, or an amoeba. We are related to those things, but they're much further away on the tree of life, if that makes sense. Yeah. Oh, alright. Let's get you paid, huh? Oh, look at all those. What a feast. Excuse me. Goodness. Yeah. You enjoying that, Minnie? You better be chewing those. They're supposed to be dental treats. You're supposed to use your teeth on them, not just inhale them. Missed the crumb. There you go. Good job. You didn't make a mess for once. Well, a little bit of a mess. Look. Where's that? Look. I do kind of wish that cats understood the concept of pointing. I feel like that's far less intuitive for cats than it is for dogs. Just a less social kind of species. A result of their evolutionary history. Yeah. Anyhow. Padawan says there's a Black Panther on your desk. I do live in Oakland, Padawan, so it's quite appropriate. Power to the people. Yeah. Salty Anchor says they do understand, they just don't care. That might be true. Yeah. And you studied that at one point. Oh, very cool, Lady Red Fox. As your username would imply. Have you got a doctorate? You a researcher? I hope you feel right at home here. Oh, okay, come here, Space, yeah. Let's do Metazoa so we can get into some fossil news here. Yeah, building on this concept. Oh, hang on a sec. I was a researcher. My doctorate is in neuroscience. Oh, very cool. Rough lecture, adjunct landscape. Oh boy, I know what you mean. Yeah, academia is. It's a cruel thing. It really is. But I'm glad you're here, Lady Red Fox. We've got some other researchers here on Twitch whom you may or may not be aware of. Rhacodactylus, whom we raided into last night, is a cognitive scientist. Balint and Lita of Science Streams, they sometimes dabble in some neuroscience. There's a shout out for Science and Rhacodactylus. We've got biologists and geologists and a number of other scientists, astronomers, entomologists here on Twitch, all kinds of cool people. There we go. Volcanologist, Volcano Doc there. Yeah. I always try and direct other folks toward the other science streamers here.
Though it may not seem like much, 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science outreach here on Twitch.
Thank you, Lilithobo, for the 500 bits. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. Oh, Science Streams is on right now. Well, well, well. There's Balint, who is a geneticist and molecular biologist. Looks like he's talking about prairie dogs again. And badgers. Oh, cool. Nice. And you bet, Lady Red Fox. Yeah, we actually have a pretty vibrant community of scientists here on Twitch. People doing all kinds of cool stuff. Here, I should also give a shout out to Dyson Dinosaur, who is a fellow dinosaur paleontologist who streams here on this platform. Usually in Italian, but on weekends, when I'm not streaming, he is in English about dinosaur paleontology. So give him a follow, too. Anyway, before I get too distracted here, thank you, Win528, for the 30 minutes. Let's do some Metazoa. This is our daily animal guessing challenge. There is an mystery animal of the day each and every day, and we try and figure out what it is using a phylogeny, an evolutionary family tree, to narrow it down. This is a lot like that game, if I can spell it correctly, Wordle. If you're familiar with that, except instead of just trying to guess a word, we've got an animal to try and figure out using an evolutionary family tree to do it. So I like to pull up the one zoom tree of life to kind of act as a visual aid here, and we can use that. Thankfully, Metazoa only really deals with animals, so we don't have to worry about the prokaryotes or the protists, or the plants, or the fungi. We only have about 1.4 million species to worry about. There's fewer of them than that. Actually programmed into Metazoa, but let's dive in and start guessing and see if we can get this in 5 guesses or fewer, even though they give us 20.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's try it. There is a plant version, yeah, called Metaflora. But yeah. This guessing challenge it's not entirely fair to different creatures, different animals. So, like, if you were to look at beetles, for instance, Coleoptera, there's like 400,000 species of beetle. I guess there's only 200,000 on this tree, but yeah. Anyway, in life there's about 400,000 species that have been described scientifically. Whereas in Metazoa, there's like 4. Dung beetle, Hercules beetle, ladybug, yeah. And then there's other groups like bears, where there's like at least 3 of them, even though there's only, what, 7 bear species alive today? Within Ursidae, we have, I think, 7 or 8. So anyway, my point in saying this is that Metazoa is definitely biased towards certain groups, like, for instance, mammals. Yeah, 8 species of bear, and there's 3 of them in Metazoa. 3/8 is a pretty high percentage. So I usually like to start off with a mammal. It often shaves off a few guesses. Just by the numbers, it helps us get this in fewer guesses. So give me the name of a mammal. And a placental mammal, preferably. Cynomes. That sounds like a mouse or something, Win528. Who is that? Cynomes. I know omes is a suffix that's popular with rodent workers. Oh, prairie dogs. That's a good one to start with. That's a kind of rodent. Yeah, let's try prairie dog. Yeah, or flying squirrel's another good one in airspace. Rodents in particular, or we call a highly speciose group. I've been using that word a lot lately, but it's a fun one. Speciose just means there's a lot of species. So shoot, just in the squirrel family, Scuridae, there's over 270 species. Yeah. Within the squirrel superfamily, over 300 species. And within rodents, yeah, over 2,000 species of rodent. That's like 40% of all mammal species are rodents. It's crazy. So anyway, let's try prairie dog, and we'll start there.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. And okay, interesting. Very interesting. I don't think we've gotten this clade before, but I'm excited. This probably means it's a shark. But who can tell me what the name of that critter is right there? Pretty famous fossil organism here. It's one of their favorites over there in Ohio. And yeah, we've already got it there. Well done, Starby. That is Dunkleosteus right there. Dunkleosteus is this really cool placoderm fish. They had these really neat armor-plated heads. They didn't have teeth, but they've got these big platy jaws like that. they would have been pretty impressive critters, the largest predator of their day. Recent findings have kind of shrunk them in size. They may have been a bit shorter than they've been portrayed in the past, but I think they're still pretty formidable critters. Dunkleosteus. Neat animal. Oh, that's a great photo right there. Yeah. So anyway, the reason why it shows that there is our critter is not a prairie dog. It's not a rodent. It's not even a mammal. But it is part of Gnathostomata. It is a vertebrate animal with jaws. So let's zoom out there. So this is essentially all of the vertebrates except for lampreys and hagfish and the other jawless agnathan critters. So, vertebrates are right here. These are animals with bones. The first group to branch off, the most primitive, or early diverging would be a better way to say it, are the jawless vertebrates, lampreys, hagfishes, etc. Our critter is not one of these, because it is part of Gnathostomata. These are the jawed vertebrates. Here we go. So again, to orient us, we said Metazoa, is our critter a prairie dog? And Metazoa says, nope, not a prairie dog. Best I can do for you today is Gnathostomata. But this actually tells us much more information than you would think. We weren't really super close with our guess, but we did manage to knock out a whole bunch of other species here, so we've already narrowed it down pretty significantly. We know it's not a jawless vertebrate, it's not an agnathan. It is a jawed vertebrate, but there's a fork in the road right here. There's a divergence point. You could go to the bony vertebrates, which is all of the bony fishes, which includes amphibians and reptiles and mammals. But Metazoa didn't say Osteichthyes or Utiliostoma. It didn't say critters with bony bones. Instead, it just said jawed vertebrates. So we know we can ignore this branch in all 69,000 species. Nice. We instead have to take a turn over here. Our critter is some kind of cartilaginous fish, a member of the Chondrichthyes. These are all the sharks, and the skates, and the rays, and the chimeras, the sawfish, all their kin. They're all Chondrichthyans. So, I don't know if we've ever actually gotten this in Metazoa before, that our critter is a Chondrichthian. This is kind of exciting. I'm kind of curious how many sharks we've got. Goblin shark, great white shark, hammerhead, tiger shark, whale shark. So we've got 5 there. And in terms of rays, manta ray and stingray. They don't have sawfish. They don't have chimera. They don't have holocephalian. Okay. Just by the numbers, it's probably going to be a shark and not a ray. There's 5 sharks and 2 rays. But we can be clever about this, because some of these sharks are going to be more closely related to one another. And if we pick certain ones, we can eliminate whole clades and hopefully reduce our number of guesses. So I think tiger sharks and white sharks are fairly closely related. I think whale sharks are way far away. And I think hammerheads are too, as are goblin sharks. Let's take a look. Here's our sharks over here. Selachii. So our early diverging groups are things like angel sharks, frilled sharks, Lantern sharks. We don't have any of those in Metazoa. Carpet sharks. So, lamnoid sharks. This is the group that includes white sharks and mako sharks. Probably tiger sharks, too. And goblin sharks as well. Okay. Okay. Goblin, great white, hammerhead, tiger. Well, let's try white shark. Let's go with that.
Hold on to your butts.
And okay, it is a lamniform shark, but it's not a white shark. So this is getting us. We're getting there. We're getting there, and we've only done 2 guesses so far, so we're doing pretty well. We're doing pretty well. And Case Kuchin says, are skates and flounders the same? No, they're not. So, flounders are a kind of bony fish. And rays, including skates and their relatives, are chondrichthyan fishes. And I was hoping to find you like a quick little comparison, but that's not here. I'll just show you. Here. Skates. Rajidae. And what were these? Oh, flounder. Yeah, so flounders, I think they might even be a kind of teleost fish, but they're definitely bony fish. They are way far away from one another. You got to go back 460 million years to get to the divergence point of flounder over here. That's the red path. And then skates, which are the blue path. That's the crazy thing, is that flounders, these fishes, are more closely related to you and me than they are to skates or rays or the other cartilaginous fishes. So this is, what you see here is a photo of 4 different bony fish. 3 flounders and a primate. Again, if that sounds wild, if you look at this and you go, that critter has to be closer to a stingray than it is to me. Nope. Here. We'll get rid of skate right here and we'll do Homo sapiens instead. Remember this number, 460 million years ago. So let's replace skate with human. 430. So if you want to think about it this way, we're 30 million years closer to flounders than flounders are to stingrays or skates. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And Lady Red Fox says, why did the Little Mermaid make flounder round when flounder clearly are flat? I think it's just a name. I don't think he's supposed to be a flounder. I think that's just supposed to be his name. Other Disney movies have done this too. So like marlin are part of the sailfish family, swordfish family. But that's the name of this character from Finding Nemo, who is a clownfish. So again, I think it's just supposed to be a name, you know? Like, I don't think Flounder from The Little Mermaid is supposed to be a flounder. Yeah. It's like meeting a guy called Bear or a guy called Ray, you know? Like whoever this guy is. Apparently his name is Ray. Oh, Ray Liotta. Why is he called Ray if he's not flat? Ray Charles. You know? That's not a ray. This is a ray. That is a ray, you know? A Ray Harryhausen. There you go, Mayor Space. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Anywho. And halibut are related to flounder. Are they? I don't know whether they are or they're not, actually. Let's replace human with halibut. Let's see how closely related they are. Okay, looks like they're pretty close. Yeah, okay, they're very close. Yeah, you're right. They are. Looks like everybody in this clade is pretty flat. Huh. Yeah. The flatfishes. Winter flounder. Wasn't that like a comic book movie? Like Sergeant United States versus the Winter Flounder? Something like that? I know my phylogeny a lot better than I know my comic book culture, I guess. Yeah. Case Kuchin says, can you also explain the difference between a ray, say a manta, and a skate? I think skates might be a group within rays, but let's see. Here, rays, Rangiformes, and not flounder, skates. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So rays are the larger group, and then skates are a subcategory within that, if that makes sense. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Hey, we still have to try and figure out what our mystery animal is. We know it's a laminiform shark. So here, we gotta reset this to get rid of those paths. Lamniformes. Lamnoid sharks. Charlie's Dragon, oh no. Lamnoid sharks. So, we guessed white shark, right? Yeah. And it's not that, but it is a member of this group. 27 species. What are our options? Goblin, hammerhead, tiger, and whale shark. So, whale sharks are not part of that group, so we can safely ignore the whale shark. So it's either tiger, hammerhead, or goblin. Goblin shark is one of these. Is hammerhead shark a lamniform shark? Oh, it's not. Oh, okay, okay. So it's got to be a goblin shark, or tiger shark. Let's see where these... Oh, goblin sharks are early diverging. And tiger sharks are... It's a sand tiger shark. That's different from a tiger shark. Tiger sharks are what? Galioceras? Or what's the genus name for them? Yeah. Galiocerdo. So they're really derived over there. I think it's probably gotta be a goblin shark. Because within the... No, hang on, what? Tiger shark. Oh, tiger sharks aren't even it's got to be a goblin shark. Oh boy, are we gonna get this in 3 guesses? Oh boy. I think this is it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Yeah, yes. Not too shabby. See, when you understand how to read a phylogeny like this, how to make sense of an evolutionary relationships diagram, a tree of life like this, it feels good, man. Helps you understand how these different critters are related to one another, when they diverge, all of this stuff. I want everybody to be able to experience this kind of thing. It's a ton of fun. MetaZoo is an excellent way to kind of practice this, and I highly recommend it to anybody who's interested. Let's go ahead and post that. Oh yeah. Excellent. Not too shabby. The Defoe fish? Like Willem Dafoe? Alexander Morrison? I don't follow.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
Riddler?
Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Thank you for the 30 months of support right there.
Wave CBCB duck
Really
roll.
appreciate that, Riddler. I hope you're having a good day. Thanks for keeping me here online for the past 30 months. Holy cow. It's almost a whole year, isn't it? Appreciate you. Alexander Morrison says green goblin. No, I think goblin sharks are generally kind of grayish. But let's find out. All right. Well, we've done an Animal Fact Files video. Score! Let's check it out. Get the skinny on these guys.
Goblin sharks are also known as imp sharks, elfin sharks, and tenguzame. This last name comes from Japan. Goblin sharks, with their long nose and pink complexion, resemble the Japanese mythical creature the tengu. These long-nosed sharks are the only living species in their family. The rest of the...
aren't all sharks goblin? I don't know, are nurse sharks? Or cookie cutter sharks? Not all sharks bite, like in the way that you'd think of most sharks doing. Some of them, like, they're suction feeders, or they'll scoop bits of their larger prey out using their mouths, all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
The extinct members are only known through fossil records.
Yeah,
Goblin
they're
sharks
so
have
cool.
an imposing face.
This is what they look like when they're dead, or when they're extending their jaws. They're doing kind of like a... Well, they kind of slingshot their jaws forward. It's almost reminiscent of, like, you know, Ridley Scott's Alien or something like that. Really weird and cool.
But very few people have seen a living goblin shark. They're considered one of the rarest sharks to see, though that might give the wrong impression, as they've been found in many scattered places throughout the world. Most prevalently seen in Japan and New Zealand, goblin sharks have been recorded from every major ocean, suggesting they may have a worldwide distribution.
That's something that I find really interesting. That there's some species where we know they've been found in certain places, but it's like, it's such a widely disparate set of ranges here that, like, you gotta wonder whether they're actually contiguous across the entire Atlantic. If they've been found in the Gulf of Mexico and over here by, what are these? The those islands controlled by Portugal. The Azores. Is that the Azores there? Or is that the Canary Islands? Anyway, like, if they've been found in these two places, does that mean that they have, like, patchy distribution going all the way across the Atlantic and we just haven't found them there yet? Canary Island. Thank you, Starby. Yeah. Yeah. And, oh, thank you, Claire Burr. I appreciate that, yeah. It's entomologist, though. I was just looking at that. Thank you, Claire, for putting that together. I really appreciate it. You did that quick. Excellent. But, yeah, it's like for these species, especially deep water species, at some point, there's one of two things going on here. Or maybe three things. Either they migrate across here and they just like hang out for prolonged times in these places. Or maybe there's just like vagrant individuals that show up here or there and get caught and documented. Or they exist throughout this entire span of the Atlantic and they just don't commonly get found. Or they originally evolved in the middle, and then when these continents split apart, they were kind of along for the ride. This is taking forever to load. Hang on a second. Press. There we go. So, 240 million years ago, around the time that the first dinosaurs were evolving, in the Triassic period, the continents were all stuck together. Here's North America, here's Africa, here's South America right here. There's the outline between them. And then over time, these continents start to split. And you get the ancestral Atlantic opening up here. And it widens out 150 million, 120 million years ago. So did goblin sharks evolve at this time? And that's how they got to both sides of the Atlantic? Or do they just exist throughout this entire ocean basin here? And we've only really found them in these spots. I don't know, you know? Yeah. So yeah. Pogo Wogo says, Danny, when do you get the time to rearrange the things in your room? Usually right before stream every day. Sometimes it takes a long time and sometimes it doesn't, but I try to set aside about an hour every day to change out our backdrop here. It's important to me that things stay fresh and interesting and that we have different things in the background that reflect what we'll be talking about in a given day, if we know what we'll be talking about. I knew today was Thursday BIRDSday, so we've got some bird-themed stuff. Got a cassowary over here over my shoulder. We've got two specimens, 3D printed, of Archaeopteryx here. There's Trirarchuncus, a very bird-like dinosaur. And then I knew we'd be talking about phylogeny, like we always do. There's a phylogeny poster. And of course, birds are a kind of theropod dinosaur, so here's an earlier theropod, Ceratosaurus. So, yeah. And then there's some things I don't know, I leave up for a while. This has actually probably been up longer than anything else so far, but this is topical. Stupid, pointless war in the Middle East. Don't get me started. But, also lucky to have color-changing lights here, which I think is pretty cool. Check this out. This also helps the, helps to make things different each day. Having these different setups like this. Yeah. Anyhow. This is the sort of thing that I think is cool. Like, I find this fun. I find it fulfilling. I find it interesting, and I hope that viewers do too. It takes a long time to put this stuff together. You know, it's not... I could get away without doing this kind of thing, but it wouldn't feel as authentic or compelling to me, you know? And it's important to me that I'd be proud of these broadcasts every day, you know? That I can finish a stream and go, you know what? That was cool. I enjoyed that. Viewers enjoyed that. And I can be proud of that output, you know? Yeah. Appreciate that, Wolfulus. And it's not really a set. I mean, this is just my office, you know? Like, pens and pencils and, you know, my books over here. This is just, you know, when I'm reading or writing scientific papers, when I'm sending emails, that's all happens right here. This isn't just a set, but yeah. Anywho. Hugga Wugga says, why do you drink water out of a measuring cup? It's kind of a long story, but back when I lived in an apartment, well, I first started streaming in May of 2020. Kind of during the, you know, the early days of COVID. And it was pretty hot that summer. And my apartment did not have air conditioning. And so I tried to find the largest handheld vessel in the apartment that I could and fill it with ice. And that's how I filled my, you know, that's how I cooled myself off during a stream. Just drinking lots of ice water. One stream in particular, my roommate at the time, who had moved in not that long before, he didn't know that we didn't have air conditioning. So he went to turn on the AC, not realizing that it was the heater. He cranked it all the way up, and so it was like 110 degrees inside. It's like during a heat wave. So it was already like 100 degrees outside. It was hotter inside. And I think I went through like 3 of those measuring cups before I realized the problem. But yeah. He didn't mean to do it, but yeah. That's the genesis of the measuring cup. And now we've got emotes. Or an emote. Celebrating that. Anywho, back to goblin sharks. Well, this also reminds me of another thing. Here. This is one of my favorite critters alive on our planet today. Genus Latimeria, the coelacanth. These have been found in only 2 places on Earth. That's weird. Doesn't seem to work. Facebook is so annoying. I hate it when, like, you find a really good image and then it's something posted on Facebook and you go to open it and it doesn't work. I don't have a Facebook anymore. That might be part of it. But anyway, these incredible critters have been found here off the east coast of Africa and around the Comoros Islands and Madagascar and South Africa. And then a second species was discovered in the 90s, living here in Indonesia. So that raises the question, where's all the populations in between? Are there undiscovered populations of coelacanths here in the Indian Ocean? And could they exist in other parts of the world in similar habitats? So far, this is all we've got, but I would not be shocked if someday coelacanths are discovered in other parts of the world as well. So, yeah. And the modern ones, modern coelacanths, they like habitats that are deep water. They love undersea caves and steep cliffs and areas like that. Both the ones near Africa and Indonesia, the 2 living species, they both prefer that kind of habitat. Yeah. Where did that go? Ah. There we go.
Go ahead, Control. Summer 2024.
They're not deep sea like benthic, not like an anglerfish or something like that. Yep. Well, tetrapods is what he meant, but yeah. This is amazing. Nuts. Yeah. Check that out. Huh. There are some people watching right now who they've got a setup similar to this. There's at least one or two viewers right now who are currently watching this stream with a setup maybe more impressive than this, you know? Raise your hand if that's you. Look at all those monitors. Holy cow. So this is the kind of habitat that they like. Oh, they're so cool. They're so cool. Oh, man. Yep. And there you go, Lady Red Fox, yeah. Deep Ocean Kingdom of the Coelacanth is what this is called. And if you want to watch this non-reversed, here's a link. Good stuff. Is it, Oh, is the whole thing on YouTube now? Oh, great. Okay, cool. I didn't realize. Shoot, that's awesome. Thank you, Claire, for tracking that down. Anyway, so coelacanths, they've been found here, and then this documentary was filmed here in Indonesia. Could they exist in similar habitats, like in a continuous band throughout the Indian Ocean? We don't know. And I feel like that's kind of the same for the goblin shark. Anyway, before we get back to goblin sharks, let me show off my coelacanth. I want to print a smaller one of these, but there we go. Let me go grab it. There we go. Here is my 3D printed coelacanth. Yeah, this is about half life size or half maximum size for these fish. They can get like well over 2 meters long, as I understand it. This is about 1 meter long. Yeah, pretty cool, right? Latimeria chelumnae. This is the West Indian Ocean coelacanth, the one that Marjorie Courtney Latimer discovered in 1938. Dusty. Yeah. What a cool critter. And Puggo Wuggo wants to know, do we have the fossil record for the ancestors of modern deep-sea organisms? Depends which kind. Critters with bones tend to fossilize a bit better. We do have a fossil record for critters like goblin sharks, and we've strayed away from this video long enough that I feel like I can just restart it. So let's do that. But, yeah.
Goblin sharks are also known as imp sharks, elfin sharks.
Oh, and Nell, wonder if there's... Oh, we call those erasers here in the States. That word means something different in the U.S. It's a prophylactic. Yeah, you're talking about like what you use with a graphite pencil, correct? Yeah. I take your meaning. Coelacanth eraser. Well. How cool is that? It does exist. Here, I'll give you a link. That's actually really well done. That's an excellent rendering. Awesome. $4.04 American. Temporarily out of stock. You can get notified when they're back in stock. Or maybe with that product number you might be able to find more. Of course these are from Japan. All of these cool things are from Japan. People love coelacanths in Japan. Holy cow. Where at one point it was... that was considered a risk to the survival of the species, is that people in Japan just loved coelacanths too much. Because there were numerous expeditions that left Japan to try and capture a bunch of coelacanths, to try and put them into an aquarium. And thankfully those were unsuccessful, but they were afraid that they would like deplete the native populations. Anyway, Japan and yeah, especially nowadays, China, some incredible stuff that they've got. A lot of the best plastic dinosaur models are coming out of China nowadays. Like How Long Good, I think, or what's it called? Yeah. Oh man, they do good stuff. Beautiful stegosaur. Yeah. The Gastonia model that I have, that's from this company. Just exquisite. Like, really good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, back to goblin sharks.
Goblin sharks are also known as imp sharks, elfin sharks, and tenguzame. This last name comes from Japan. Goblin sharks, with their long nose and pink complexion, resemble the Japanese mythical creature the tengu. These long-nosed sharks are the only living species in their family. The rest of the extinct members are only known through fossil records. Goblin sharks have an imposing face, but very few people have seen a living goblin shark.
Yep.
They're considered one of the rarest sharks to see, though that might give the wrong impression, as they've been found in many scattered places throughout the world. Most prevalently seen in Japan and New Zealand, goblin sharks have been recorded from every major ocean, suggesting they may have a worldwide distribution.
And is that the same Yeah, there we go. Japanese goblin. That's really cool, Baby. I've seen that emoji before. That's pretty neat. Yeah. Makes sense. Cool.
World. Most prevalently seen in Japan and New Zealand, goblin sharks have been recorded from every major ocean, suggesting they may have a worldwide distribution. Goblin sharks inhabit water between 400 and 4,000 feet deep. Juveniles have been observed closer to the surface, sometimes even coming close enough for humans to swim with, though this is exceptionally rare. They are associated with continental slopes and seamounts, which could suggest that they patrol the bottom for food, but they may also search for prey in the mesopelagic zone, also known as the twilight zone of the ocean. Goblin sharks likely use their huge nose in detecting electromagnetic fields in the water, such as the pulse of a heart. They may also use this shovel-like nose to dig in the sand at the bottom of the ocean.
I do kind of wonder about that. That nose has always reminded me a bit more of, like, paddlefish, who are not related. They're a kind of bony fish, but paddlefish have got a similar kind of rostrum. These guys are so weird and cool. You gotta love paddlefish. They're so neat. The only place they exist in the entire world today is in the United States. Along, like, the Mississippi and Missouri rivers and their tributaries. But they've got a similar big schnoz going on there. And that's probably also for, like, electroperception. And also it kind of acts to, I think, drive prey into their mouth. So there's, like, some hydrodynamic stuff going on there. They're so cool. And they've got a fossil record that goes back to the age of dinosaurs, too. Really neat. So it does make me wonder whether goblin sharks, whether they're using their rostrum in the same way. Because it does have a similar shape. It's not as long, but it is broad and flat and... yeah. Although these guys are not filter feeders. They're not suspension feeders like a paddlefish. These guys are just propelling themselves through the water. They're filtering food out using those gill rakers. Yeah. Huh. Anywho, goblin sharks.
Ultimately, since there is scant information, it's not entirely known how or where these sharks hunt. While details may be scarce, it is known that goblin sharks are predators. The stomach contents of studied specimens have revealed a diet of squid, fish, and crustaceans such as isopods. A goblin shark's back teeth are made for crushing these hard-shelled animals.
Interesting, I didn't know that.
Teeth, however, stick out in sharp points, not unlike a sand tiger shark's teeth. Goblin sharks launch their jaws forward at just over 10 feet per second. The distance a goblin shark's jaw extends from their tucked-up position can be as much as 9% of its body length.
Pretty nuts. Like, I can find you footage of that. It is wild. Just nuts. Look at this. Look at that. So, a lot of different groups of fishes have independently evolved this kind of morphology, where they can slingshot their jaws forward. Their jaws are basically separate from the other bones in their skull. It's so cool. Yeah, I wish I could do that around a pizza. It's super cagey. Yeah. Yeah. But lots of different fishes do this. Including coelacanths. But, bass. Let's try, trout? Well, I don't know if they really do that, as much as... Let's try teleost. Yeah. Sling jaw wrasse. That's a good example, possibly. Let's take a look. Here. The sling jaw wrasse has a highly protrusible jaw that can shoot forward to capture small prey. Watch this. So these guys kind of take it to an extreme, but lots of different fish, lots of different teleost fish can do that. It's pretty cool. But with these guys, they just kind of go nuts with it. Yeah. Which, it makes a lot of sense. If you're living in the water column and your prey is liable to escape from you if you approach too quickly, if you can just kind of like sit there and then some prey swims by and you just shoot your jaws at it, you can catch it. It's a strategy that a lot of different groups of fishes have independently evolved. And it also has to do with suction, too. So it's not like they're grasping their prey with their teeth. They're basically like extending a tube toward it and just going... We call that suction feeding. Really cool. Really cool. It's so silly looking but efficient. Yeah, Charlie's right. I mean, it works. You know? They're not worried about looking cool. They just want a meal. I think a lot of us can relate. Yeah. Oh, and that's different, Steely Dan. Yeah, eels with their
some of these strange
pharyngeal
were
teeth
protected by massive plates of bony armor.
Megatronus, thank you for the 42 months of support. I appreciate that. Let's see. Eel jaws. Yeah, this is pretty cool. Take a look at this. From the Natural History Museum in London. Good old NHM. Moray eel's fearsome mouth hides a terrifying surprise. So eels not related to sharks.
Most fish
They're not
feed
close
using
relatives.
a method called suction feeding. They rapidly expand their mouths and they suck in water and they draw in their prey inside and down their throats. A moray eel can't do this. It lives in a very narrow, confined, rocky space, and there just isn't enough room to expand their heads and to create that suction. And also, a lot of the prey that they eat is too big and strong for this technique to work. So what they do is they have a set of movable jaws in the back of their throats. They attack their prey by biting with their oral jaws, and then this second set of pharyngeal jaws is drawn forward, grabs the prey, and then retracts, taking it down the eel's gullet. This set of pharyngeal jaws has these terrifying, sharp, backwardly curved teeth all over it as well.
It's so
Most
weird
bony
and cool.
fish have pharyngeal jaws and teeth, but only morays are known to be able to move them forward in this manner.
Yeah. Pretty awesome. There's a link there if you'd like to take a look. Here we go. Here's footage of them. Eels are so cool. Yeah. Yeah, this is the video I think I was trying to find.
From the University of California at Davis, this is Newswatch.
Moray eels feed in a way unlike any other fish a UC Davis researcher has found. They have a second set of jaws in their throat that can reach forward into the mouth, seize prey and drag it back for swallowing.
This is really an amazing innovation in feeding behavior for fishes in general.
Research.
And, oh, are you familiar with this institution? Davis is not too far from where I live. They've got a phenomenal veterinary program there at Davis. And there's a number of paleontologists who work there too.
Rita Mehta uses a high-speed video camera to watch the eels. Most fish use suction to capture and swallow prey.
In order for a fish to create suction, it must rapidly expand its mouth cavity in all different directions. And what this does is it creates negative pressure so that there's a fast flow of water in front of the fish's mouth. And so water enters the mouth cavity as well as the prey item.
Even fish that bite prey use suction to swallow it, but the moray eel doesn't.
They have a second set of jaws in their throat, their pharynx, that they protract up into their oral jaws. Once the oral jaws have captured their prey, the pharyngeal jaws, or the second set of jaws, grab onto the prey and move the prey back into their
cool.
Mehta says with thousands of species of fish in the ocean, many unknown to science, there may be many more surprises.
It shows us that you can have these amazing changes in morphology and behavior with just subtle changes in the actual design of the organism.
Reporting from UC Davis, I'm Andy Fell.
For more information, please log on to broadcast.ucdavis.edu.
Pretty cool stuff. Here is a link to that video. And Shane says, I'm kind of surprised no snakes have this. They kind of do and they don't. Pharyngeal teeth. So snakes do have teeth on the roofs of their mouths, and they can actually use that to kind of rake prey further back when they're swallowing something really big. Here we go. You can see that here. This is on a python. They've got these teeth on the roof of their mouth, and those move. So the bones that those teeth are attached to can actually move forward and backwards. They can rake the prey backward into their throat. So it's not as dramatic as it is in an eel, but it's still really cool, you know? Yeah. Pretty awesome. Anyway, speaking of cool jaw stuff, back to the goblin shark. Let's finish this video out, and then we'll get into some fossil
Over 10
news.
feet per second, the distance a goblin shark's jaw extends from their tucked up position can be as much as 9% of its body length. Something to note, however.
Oh, no, hang on. Shane says, I knew they had raking teeth, but not that they move. Let me see if I can find a video about that real quick, actually. Before we get back to our goblin sharks.
However,
There we go. Palatine teeth is maybe is that the phrase I'm looking for? This is surprisingly difficult to find. Let's see if I can figure out the correct terminology here. Pharyngeal isn't coming up. Palatine isn't coming up. Palate only shows up once. Let me search like roof of mouth. Roof? No. Teeth. Feist, 58 months of support. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. I really appreciate that, Feist. Welcome back. It's good to see you. I appreciate that, Prime. And Palatal? Let's try that. So everybody wants to talk about the fangs and venom, but it doesn't seem like anybody's talking about teeth in the palate. Huh. Weird. Oh well. That's okay. We'll go back to our goblin sharks here and we'll finish out this video. Pterygoid teeth? Hang on. They are attached to the pterygoids, aren't they? Pterygoid bones. Let's see. I'm not seeing anything about that. Everybody just wants to talk about the hollow teeth that inject venom. I'm not seeing anything about the pterygoid teeth. But yeah.
Second,
anyway.
The distance a goblin shark's jaw extends from their tucked-up position can be as much as 9% of its body length.
Shoot.
Something to note, however, is that when a goblin shark has its jaws pushed out, they're actually relaxing their jaw muscles. So that's where their jaws naturally sit. Goblin sharks, however, swim with their jaws tucked up, locked, and loaded under their huge nose. They have to be able to move their jaws in an instant, because they're not fast swimmers. Goblin sharks don't even have a lower lobe on their tail fin, which is in contrast to many other shark species. They may even simply...
So what do we call that? There's different names to describe the caudal fins of various aquatic vertebrates, whether they're sharks or other bony fishes, mosasaurs, ichthyosaurs. Tail fin shapes. Here we go. This is a little too simple, actually. What I'm looking for is... like lunate versus heterocircle versus difficircle. Yeah, see, this is way too simple right here. There's better, more technical terms for these things. Difficircle. There we go. This is what I'm looking for. Yeah, here's a link if you'd like to review this. Yeah, the caudal fin, the tail fin. So goblin sharks here, they have a tail that is almost isocircle. So this is like eels all often have a tail that looks like this. Some lungfishes do. Yeah, homocircle means the top and the bottom are pretty much the same. Hypocircle, the bottom lobe is larger. And then heterocircle. Yeah. That's usually where the top lobe is longer. Coelacanths are like this. Leptocircle or Diffie-circle is another way of putting it. Yeah. And each one of these has different advantages. If you're an ambush predator, you're going to have a different shaped tail for something that's like a fast, active pursuit predator. Something like a marlin or a swordfish or a tuna. They've got a tail that looks like this. Because they're just swimming at high speed, more or less constant. They don't need like a sudden burst of speed from a standstill. Fishes that do that, I think have got more of a heterocircle sort of a shape like that. But yeah, really cool. Yeah. Anyhow. And thank you, Shane, yeah. Paragoid walk. Yep. Yeah. And Luke Herman's Gaming. I am feeling well. I just have a residual cough and my ear is still kind of plugged up after I had that ear infection. But I went through a whole round of antibiotics. I no longer have an infection. Just have some residual symptoms. And they're fading bit by bit every day. So, yeah. Appreciate the concern, but don't worry about me. Anyhow. And Plates Before Date says, do we know why prehistoric marine reptiles had that inverted hypocircle tail? Was it for speed? Inverted hypocircle. I mean, that is one of the ways that we can look at different kinds of ichthyosaurs and kind of infer their ecology. Some of them have got that kind of a tail that's a lot like, say, a swordfish. There we go. Urinosaurus looks like a swordfish in multiple ways. It's got that super long upper rostrum. Very swordfish-like tail there. These guys would have been active pursuit predators. They're probably going after fast-swimming, schooling fishes, maybe squids. Whereas some of these guys, like Shonosaurus, would have been slower swimmers, more kind of like constant speed, maybe long-distance swimmers. Yeah. And some of them have a prominent dorsal fin, and some of them don't. So that's going to be something to do with the way that they're undulating horizontally through the water. With some of these guys, they're going to need kind of a more rigid body. Their bodies are not going to undulate, like their trunk, their torso is not going to undulate as much. And that's probably why you would have a dorsal fin like this. But if you are doing a lot of undulating, like an eel, like Shonosaurus is probably doing, then you might not need that dorsal fin. So yeah, I don't know enough about this kind of thing. I work on dinosaurs, but there are people who work on modern fishes, dolphins, whales. They could probably tell you a lot about what each of these morphologies means and why it's important, why it would have evolved in the first place. What are the advantages that it proffers? Kermit says, how can we be sure that they didn't have dorsal fins? For a lot of these guys, like we were talking about yesterday, we actually have their silhouettes essentially preserved as fossils, like a carbon film showing the soft tissue. There's a beautiful example right there, where we have the outline of the dorsal fin preserved. Just exquisite. This is also how we know that they had that fluke on their tail for a lot of these guys. Until fossils like this were found, we didn't really know that ichthyosaurs had that. When I say we, I mean early paleontologists back in the 17 and 1800s. 1800s, really. So when you look at the depictions that Waterhouse Hawkins did of ichthyosaurs, well, for one thing, he thought they could go up on land, like this. But no dorsal fin, no fluke on the tail, because all they had were bones. They didn't have those kind of carbon outlines like that. Yeah. Do we still call it torso for a fish? Yeah, why not? So yeah, you look at really old depictions of ichthyosaurs, and they give them kind of eel-like tails and no dorsal fin, because nobody knew better at the time. It wasn't until beautiful fossils like this were discovered that started to show us the outline of a lot of these critters. That being said, some of the earlier ichthyosaurs didn't yet have this. They didn't have dorsal fins. Maybe they didn't need them because their lifestyle didn't require it. But you look at early ones like, say, Symbospondylus. Yeah. And, they don't seem to have had or even needed a dorsal fin like that. Although some depictions do give them like a little tiny one. I don't quite know how that's determined, actually. You know? I'm not an expert on ichthyosaurs, but I wonder if there's something to do with the shape of the vertebrae, maybe. Because with ichthyosaurs, I think they vary in how long their vertebrae are. So you've got this long axial skeleton. And you've got a bunch of vertebrae. With some of these guys, they've got a neural spine that comes off the top of the vertebrae. And based on the way that that's constructed with the pre and post zygapophyses, these different projections that come off of it, that can help stiffen up the vertebral column, so it can't do the super wiggly waggly side to side thing. With ichthyosaurs that have got that big prominent upper tail fluke and the dorsal fin on top of their body, these guys are probably just sculling their tail from side to side. So see how the tail vertebrae here look way different from the vertebrae in the back? That probably means that there's a different degree of flexibility. Their torso is probably really stiff, but this is really flexible. And you see how these vertebrae here, they're kind of longer than these vertebrae. They're really short. You could picture the vertebrae in the trunk being squished together. Their trunk is really stiff. It's not wiggling a lot side to side, but their tail, which is their primary means of propulsion, that is wiggling a lot side to side. That's how they propel themselves. So later ichthyosaurs, there's a name for this clade. I forget what it is. But these guys, they're propelling themselves with their tails. I think earlier ones, like Symbospondylus, might be something more like eels, where they're undulating their whole body. That's a guess. I don't know that for a fact, but it would make sense. It's tricky to find a decent skeletal here. Anyway, that's a hypothesis that I just came up with now. I'm not an expert on ichthyosaurs. I don't know this for a fact. But yeah. And its power is concentrated in its lower tail fin. You know, I wonder if we can find a video about this. Tail fin shape and ecology. Caudal fin types. This looks like it might be some sort of AI garbage. We're gonna ignore that. Let's try this, maybe.
Are the same. You're about to get schooled. Fish fins are like a toolbox, where each tool has a specific job. From the power steering of pectoral fins to the propulsion engine of the tail. Let's start with the basics. Most fish sport a collection of fins that would make a car designer jealous.
So again, we're talking about bony fishes here, ray-finned fishes, but this also applies to ichthyosaurs, mosasaurs, plesiosaurs to a certain extent. Yeah. No matter where you are on the vertebrate family tree, if you evolve to live in the water and propel yourself with your tail, you evolve the streamlined shape. It's the same kind of evolutionary pressures acting on you to a large extent, which is why you get this kind of impressive convergent evolution. Or whether you're a mammal, you know? Here's an ichthyosaur and a dolphin. Totally different ancestries here. Ichthyosaurs evolved from a lizardy critter sometime like at the end of the Permian, maybe. Very, very beginning of the Triassic, maybe. Dolphins, or a kind of whale, they evolved from a land-living hoofed mammal. Something that would have looked kind of like a toothy deer or a wolf with hooves or something like that. Different ancestries, but they've independently evolved a very similar morphology because they're doing the same kind of evolutionary job. Yeah. But I do it. Hey, Shark Geek, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Yeah. This is the beauty of convergent evolution, you know? So I know this video is about ray-finned fishes, but it should still be useful for discussing this.
Dorsal, caudal, anal, pectoral, and pelvic fins. Think of them as nature's version of aerospace engineering, just with more scales and less math. The dorsal fin. That's the iconic one on top that Jaws made famous.
Tiger shark.
Acts like a stabilizing keel. Some fish have one, others have two, and if you're a remora, you've turned yours into a suction cup to hitchhike on sharks and turtles. The caudal fin. That's the tail to you and me, is the fish's...
By the way, if you're interested in sharks, holy cow, you're in luck, chat. Shark Geek is here in the chat. He works on sharks. He dives with sharks. He teaches people about sharks. He's involved in shark conservation. Go give him a follow right now. He does some really cool science outreach, and proud to share this platform with him. It's good to see you, Shark Geek.
His main engine. From the powerful forked tail of a tuna built for speed, to the broad, squared-off tail of a sunfish designed for quick bursts and sharp turns. Each shape tells us something about how the fish moves through water.
Yep.
Pectoral fins are the fish's arms, sort of.
Yeah.
They're those...
So this is how they kind of propel, well, not propel, how they steer usually. Most fishes use their pectoral fins for steering, which is different from what turtles do. Sea turtles, that's their primary means of propulsion. Kay Grennan, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thanks for dropping in.
Those side fins that do everything from steering to hovering.
Yeah.
Flying fish have supersized these into wings, while skates and rays have turned them into elegant underwater wings.
Yeah, I forgot about
Some
that.
fish, like the mud skipper, use them to walk on land, though shift awkwardly might be a more accurate description. The pelvic fins underneath act like stabilizers, keeping the fish upright. Most fish use them like underwater brake pads, but evolution has other ideas. Seahorses reduced theirs to tiny rudders for precise movements, while catfish turned them into sensitive taste-testing tools to help find food in murky waters. And let's not forget the anal fin, which runs along the bottom behind the vent. In fast-swimming fish like mackerel, it's short and rigid for stability at high speeds. Other fish like bettas have turned it into a flowing display feature. Oh, and here's a fin that often gets forgotten. The adipose fin.
Yep.
It's that
or the
small,
second dorsal
fin between the dorsal and tail fin in salmon, catfish and their relatives. Scientists used to think it was vestigial, but recent studies suggest it might help with flow detection and swimming efficiency. Yet another example of how every fin has its purpose. So next time you're watching Finding Nemo with your friends, you can be that friend. Impress everyone with the correct terminology. Point out that Nemo's pectoral fin is specialized for precise movements needed to navigate sea anemones, compensating for asymmetry.
Yeah, cool stuff. It didn't quite get into what I was hoping to talk about here with the different shapes of caudal fins and what they tell us about the lifestyle of these different fishes. Let me do another quick search. Caudal fin morphology, see if anybody's made a video about that. Try this from Henry the Paleo Guy. I don't know if I've seen this channel before. We'll take a look.
Fish are hands down among the most diverse of all vertebrate life, and because of this diversity, have taken up practically any niche you could think of in an aquatic environment. And to
Yep. Here, let's just do a quick search here in the transcript. It's a longer video. 10 minutes. Word caudal doesn't show up. Tail. Oh, here we go. I think this is exactly what we want. Haha, okay. Cool. Yes.
to pushes on the bent sections of the fish as they move. For the next method, the subcaringiform group, featuring animals like trout and cod, has more of a focus in the rear or posterior end of the fish, with propulsive activity increasing towards the fish's tail, reducing drag and wave generation and allowing for increased speed,
Isn't that cool,
but with generally
Sharky?
less
Yeah.
maneuverability as a compromise. Carrying this trend on and further focusing the propulsion of fish more towards their tail region is caringiform swimming, among the most typical form of what is seen and or visualised in fish like herring, and also trends with more fusiform body shape, which further reduces drag and streamlines them in the process. One major aspect of this style of swimming is the existence of a hinge that connects the keel to the caudal peduncle, something which further reduces drag, allowing them to maintain their tails at an...
I wish there were like diagrams that you would show here, but I'll give you a link to this video nonetheless. If you're really interested in this kind of thing, there's a link. But let's continue this video on goblin sharks. Let's get through this and then we'll do some fossil news. And then we've got Thursday BIRDSday later. Gonna run out of time. Yeah. Oh, caudal peduncle is it's the like knuckle on the tail. Here. Caudal peduncle. There you go. So it's like the fleshy bit of the tail before you get to the fin rays. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah. Knuckle is not really the right word. Kind of... It's not a lobe like on a lobe-finned fish, a Sarcopterygian, but it is like the muscular part that the fin rays come off of. The thin, wispy fin rays. Does that make sense? Yeah. So, yeah. And Mitsukurina Ostanai. I'm not familiar with that taxon, Sharky. What is that? Oh, yeah. A goblin shark. How do I not know the genus and species for this critter? They're so cool.
So that's where their jaws naturally sit. Goblin sharks, however, swim with their jaws tucked up, locked, and loaded under their huge nose. They have to be able to move their jaws in an instant, because they're not fast swimmers. Goblin sharks don't even have a lower lobe on their tail fin, which is in contrast to many other shark species.
Like the tiger shark. This is how we got onto that tangent in the first place, was this little snippet.
They may even simply drift through the ocean waiting for animals to pass by during their nightly migration, a phenomenon we've discussed previously in episodes like our Nautilus episode. It's not known how long goblin sharks live, or when, or even how they reproduce. It is known that goblin sharks up to 7.5 feet in length are still immature. Based on the few recorded specimens, goblin sharks are believed to reach at least 18 feet at maximum size.
I'm surprised there's still so little known about these animals. As a paleontologist, it's like, well, you know, of course we might not know a whole lot about an extinct fossil critter. But these guys are swimming around in our oceans all over the world right now, you know? And we still know so little about them. That's pretty wild. And exciting in a way. That means there are still really cool discoveries yet to be made for a creature that we share our planet with at this very moment.
With their average size potentially lying somewhere between 10 and 13 feet. It's generally accepted that goblin sharks have no predators besides humans. However, they are found with tapeworms in their intestines, 2 of which were previously unclassified tapeworm species. Further research could reveal that goblin sharks make up multiple species as opposed to the single species they are currently classified as. Differences in how they look in death have pointed to this potential outcome. For more facts on goblin sharks, check out the links below. Give a thumbs up if you learned something new today. Thank you to our patrons, SpikeSpiegel93.
Yeah, good stuff. Here's a link to that video from Animal Fact Files. Let's do good stuff. The fastest bite in the shark world. That makes a lot of sense, Shark Geek. It does. That was our animal of the day for Metazoa. So spoiler alert for anybody who hasn't done Metazoa yet today. Apologies. This is the first shark we've gotten, maybe ever, on Metazoa. So we had to talk about this critter. I got it in 3 guesses. I'm very proud of that. We were able to be pretty clever about this today. So yeah. Pretty neat. Anywho, with that, it's time for some fossil news. Let's try and get some stories done before we move on to Thursday BIRDSday later. So, without further ado, let's play the fossil news video stinger. Let's start it up now. All right, fossil news. We're trying a new thing this week. This is day 3 of the Wheel of Fossil News. So we're going to randomly select some different stories, not just about paleontology, but about natural history, conservation. All of these different topics dovetail in really interesting ways, and that's one of the things I want to emphasize as we go through this. So anyway, somebody type in spin, and let's get this thing going. Shall we? Thank you, Starmy. All right, what do we got? Well. We've got a new forest racid species just described from Brazil. A terror bird, as they're colloquially called. I love talking about these guys because it's kind of the revenge of the big carnivorous theropods. So as we'll be talking about later today, theropods are the 2-legged, mostly meat-eating dinosaurs. Many of them had feathers, and many of them today, actually all of them that are still around today, have feathers. Birds are a kind of theropod. Birds evolved from small 2-legged, meat-eating, feathered dinosaurs, kind of like Velociraptor. But when you get the asteroid that impacts the end of the Cretaceous period, and it wipes out all of the non-bird dinosaurs, many of the bird species too. You would think that would be the end for this kind of body plan, right? No more animals like this anymore, right? Surely that's the end of creatures like this, right? Wrong. During the age of mammals, after the extinction event, you repeatedly get these big carnivorous birds evolving. Critters like Titanus. These guys are related to the modern Seriema bird, but they ate all kinds of different mammals during, well, including small horses. Oof, that's a little grisly, but yeah. It's the revenge of the theropods. The terror birds. Forest rakids is what they're called. I always put an extra H in there. But yeah, the biggest ones got pretty big. Like, taller than an adult human person.
So I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Sophie, thank you for the 44 months at tier 3, no less.
Paleobirds are dinos to Muhu Artemis.
I appreciate that, Sophie. Thank you for your continued and high impact support there. Tier 3 is nothing to sneeze at. I really appreciate that, Sophie. Thank you for your generosity. Yeah, these are cool critters, and not the sort of animal you'd want to run into in a dark alley. I have a skull from one of these guys 3D printed, but I'd have to go dig it out of storage, and I don't really want to do that at the moment. There's some evidence that they even had raised toe claws like this, like on Velociraptor or Deinonychus. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool, Starby, yeah. Today, we've got the modern Seriema bird. They're not as big anymore.
Oh, he's beautiful too.
But they're still pretty brutal.
So they're
This one is just absolutely wrecking this little plastic alligator.
And Kevin, his legs are a little dirty right now. They usually can be really bright orange or a little bit of a red hue.
So this is the closest living relative of those extinct terror birds.
It's not normal for a Seriema, normal for him. So when we got him, he was...
But imagine, if this bird were 7-8 feet tall.
Birds in captivity can get metabolic bone disease and probably in the wild.
He might be able to pick you up and slam you against a rock like this.
Disease when he was really
Yeah.
little. And to remedy that, we took him outside every single day when he was little. So they're just a little crooked now, but don't. Yeah, it's completely fine. Yeah.
Pretty neat. Check this out. So this is actually from a paleontology paper. They did a video press release to go with it. They've got these special claws like a dromaeosaur, that raised second toe claw, the killer claw, like on your raptor dinosaurs.
Red-legged Seriemas are vicious.
Oh, and this is a friend of the channel, Brian Curtis from Fossil Crates, narrating this.
Predators of vertebrates, though they mostly eat insects. They live in Brazil and Argentina and are living descendants of the forest racids, the giant 10-foot-tall terror birds. This particular individual, Ellie, put on quite the show, grabbing this plastic snake and demonstrating over and over how she actually destroys prey in the wild, grabbing it, leaning its head way back, and then with tremendous gusto, crushing it to the ground. Why are we studying it? Those are the killing claws of the Seriema, and they are very similar to the killing claws of the raptor. And we were watching her use her killing claws, which are going to be in a paper we're publishing. This is the highlight reel of Ellie simply destroying the snake, showing inertial feeding, grabbing, leaning the head back, cracking.
And they are really smart.
Rock to add.
Sorry, I think we had a very, very, very minor swear word in that comment, so I think that's why that got auto tagged. No worries, Dynameme. Sometimes it seems a little overly strict, but we try and keep the language G-rated. It's just easier that way, but I apologize if it's a bit of a hassle.
Extra breaking of bones, and then if it was a living animal, ripping it with its sharp beak.
Yeah. Cool stuff. There's a link to that video there. And then let me show you another quick video. This was a neat clip from the latest Prehistoric Planet season that just came out. Take a look. Saber-toothed cat. But uh-oh. Who's this? There's that raised toe claw there. You can see the resemblance between this and a Seriema. So this is one of the smaller species. Hmm. I love these little stories, little vignettes in Prehistoric Planet. They're well done. And they're portraying important information here. So like competition between species, different strategies that they can take based on their strengths and shortcomings. You know, critters like Smilodon were new to this environment. They walked across the land bridge from North America into South America during the Great American Biotic Interchange. And that really shook up these environments, but different critters learned to adapt and get along in certain ways. I love that this is kind of helping illustrate that. Ooh, there's a, what, Macrokenia? A llama relative? Uh-oh, watch out. Yeah, they're big. Big, big, beefy arms on critters like Smilodon. The Machairodont cats. We think that they were probably ambush predators, and like that, they'd probably bring their prey to the ground. Oh man, oh goodness. I was hoping it was going to show them going in and stealing bits of... Hang on. There we go. Good for them. Anyhow, terror birds. So some of them were truly enormous. Way taller than me, for instance, and some of them were a bit smaller, like the one you just saw in that clip. We've got a brand new one from Brazil. Will this be a big one or a small one? Let's have a look. I don't think we have a press piece for this one, so it's just the paper. We've got a new forest raccoon, a new terror bird from the late Pleistocene of Brazil, so it's probably going to be pretty small, I'm guessing. Insights into the last representatives of the family before they went extinct. Here's a link to that paper right here. Let's have a look. Oh, shoot!
Access denied.
I was under the impression this was open access, and it's not, so... I don't know. I do want to go over a bunch of other stories right now, so... I guess we'll not focus on this. I also don't really want to, like... I don't feel so bad about partially skipping over a paper if it's not open access. Like, if you're going to publish in a paywalled journal, you know, you made your choice. Anyhow, they've got an incomplete tibiotarsus, so this is like part of the lower leg. Recovered from an upper Pleistocene cave deposit in Bahia in Brazil. It was previously interpreted as a New World vulture. So it turns out it's not a vulture. It's a terror bird. It's a forest raccoon. Pretty cool. Supports the recognition of a new species belonging to the small-sized forest raccoons, the Silopterinae. So it's the same kind that we were just looking at in Prehistoric Planet. Yeah, we discuss aspects of its paleoecology, isotopic habitat, and body mass estimate, providing new insights into the diversity and evolutionary history of the last known terror birds. Cool. Anyway, we've got like maybe a little over an hour left to go over some more of these news stories, so let's continue with our picker wheel here. Cross those off the list. And here we go. Somebody type in spin and we'll get this thing going. You don't actually have to type it in. I just think it's fun to say that. I could just click it. There you go. Thank you, Claire. And what have we got next? Alexander Morrison, are you here right now? We had this yesterday, and we skipped it because I wanted you to be here for us to talk about this. This is about a Triassic crocodilomorph? Some sort of crocky guy. And paper. Thank you, Starmy. I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, we can do this later. Here. Let's spin again. Because I know Alexander would be really excited for that. All right. Oh, okay. Bowhead whales and a genetic bottleneck. We talked about these guys not too long ago, actually. One of the longest lived, probably the longest lived mammal. The bowhead whale. We know that these guys can live well over 2 centuries. This is a kind of baleen whale, so they are related to... They're related to the other mysticetes, the filter-feeding whales, the non-toothed whales. And they look so weird with their bowed mouths. I know, right, Charlie's Dragon? They're really cool, though. And yeah, 2 centuries, Lady Red Fox. It's pretty impressive. And fall on the blinks. How are you doing? Welcome. Yeah. So they're a member of this group, the Mysticete whales, aka baleen whales. And bowhead whales are here next to the right whales. Right whales and bowhead whales. Pretty extraordinary creatures. Here, take a look. Here's a news report from years ago, probably. 11 years ago.
The bowhead whale can live to be 200 years old or more, and now scientists are hoping clues to longevity could be found in the whale's DNA. As the longest-lived mammal, scientists hoped sequencing the bowhead whale's genome would shed light on how the whale's DNA is adapted to living so long. In their findings, published Tuesday, the researchers say they were able to compare the whale's genes to that of other animals, and that some genes associated with increased cancer risk in humans had been deactivated. The scientists also created an open database with all of their findings, and encouraged other scientists to use the data however they wished, including the whale's genome. But they made an effort to stress that this is a long way from any miracle cure for aging or cancer, in part because they can't actually experiment on the whales. That means they need to find something else to experiment on.
Obvious next step would be to take some of the genes from the bowhead whale, put them in mice, and then actually see if the mice would live longer and be disease resistant, which would really be the proof that we now need.
The scientists' interest might be academic, but as CBS points out, the research's backers have one clear goal in mind: finding a, quote, magic potion to stop aging. The research was funded largely by the Methuselah Foundation, a nonprofit that supports anti-aging research, and the Life Extension Foundation, a dietary supplement vendor.
It seems like a scam. That's funny. I don't know if this is official footage from that organization, but that is funny.
Still, it will take years of experimentation before scientists can pinpoint the causes for the whale's longevity. And as the lead researcher on the project told CBS, there probably won't be any bowhead whale supplements on the shelves anytime soon.
I'm glad that they're forthright with that. Anyway, extraordinary animal, the bowhead whale. Just incredibly cool. I've heard stories of... Oh, here. We were looking at this last week, weren't we? Harpoon may prove whale is at least 115 years old. Alaskans butchering a whale carcass recently found a surprise. An arrowhead was found in the blubber of a long bowhead whale caught by the Inuit hunters. It has also given researchers a greater understanding of the species. The weapon, found in the neck of a whale off the coast of Alaska, proves that the long bowhead whales can live up to 100 years. We know that they can live longer than that. And I want to say it was a harpoon and not an arrowhead. That doesn't quite sound right. That was of a type patented in 1879 and replaced in 1885, giving definitive evidence of the longevity of the species. So this is a whale that was swimming around with a harpoon stuck in its body. That's from before 1885. I think this is published, in 2007. Crazy, you know? Amazing. So I hope you're sold on the idea that these are really cool, interesting animals. We had some news about a whale yesterday, the Rice's whale, which is at risk of extinction. These whales were intensively hunted until fairly recently. And they're starting to rebound a little bit. Like, they're starting to come back. Their populations are starting to grow. However, as the studies found, past intensive whaling threatens the future of bowhead whales. So they've undergone this genetic bottleneck, which is a serious issue in conservation. For living things, you've got a population that's healthy and thriving. You've got a lot of individuals, and they're having offspring with various mutations, and that's how you can get evolution, you know? Creatures have a few little mutations here and there. Different traits arise, and those can become advantages, and they can be selected for, and that's how species can adapt and change over time. If you get genetic bottlenecks, then not only do you have fewer individuals, like, say the population shrinks, a bunch of them get killed off, there's only a few left. Not only does it make it more likely that they'll go extinct just because they're lower in absolute number of individuals, which is not as common anymore, but also they can become more susceptible to diseases. You can get inbreeding, get a lot of things that can go wrong. It's kind of about that. And yeah, cheetahs notoriously have got a big bottleneck as well, Neverwinter. Correct. A unique collection of prehistoric bowhead whale bones dating back 11,000 years reveals a previously untold story of the relative impacts of humans on nature. The Time series of ancient fossils show that commercial hunting of bowhead whales, which spanned 400 years and ceased less than a century ago in 1931, has left irreversible destructive traces in the species' genetics. This could have serious consequences for the long-term vulnerability of the species. Researchers from the University of Copenhagen led an international team to study this unique collection of fossils using DNA, stable isotopes, and paleoclimate data. We could quibble on whether or not these are actually old enough to be fossils, but I'm not going to get bogged down. Their findings show that the bowhead whale has been remarkably resilient to climate change over the past 11,000 years. But despite this, recent human activity has left lasting impacts that may negatively impact their long-term survival. Our study shows that the bowhead whale is an extremely robust species, with the visible loss of genetic diversity caused by commercial whaling, revealed by our analysis, is only the tip of the iceberg. The decline in diversity and fitness is an ongoing process that will continue far into the future, says lead author Michael V. Westbury, former assistant professor, University of Copenhagen, now professor at DTU. Bowhead whales are a species that can withstand almost anything except humans. Man, if I had a nickel for every time I heard that. Ugh. Inbred whales are weaker whales. The study, published in the journal Cell and featured on the cover of the April 2nd issue, is based on the analysis of an 11,000-year timeline series of bowhead whale fossils from the Canadian Arctic archipelago and from the Svalbard archipelago of Norway. Hundreds of bones were examined, using radiocarbon dating, paleogenomics, and stable isotopes, compared with present-day bowhead whales from the same regions. In addition, the over 850 radiocarbon-dated fossils were integrated with paleoclimate data to model bowhead whale habitat across the past 11,000 years, a period known as the Holocene. This is our current kind of slice of time that we're living in now, the Holocene. That's the one that you and I are living in right now. So this allowed the researchers to explore links between past climate change, bowhead whale genomics and ecology, and changes in species distribution since the end of the last ice age. The analyses showed that bowhead whale populations in the North Atlantic remained stable through the Holocene until 500 years ago. Populations lost genetic diversity and became increasingly structured during commercial whaling. Maybe that should be structured, but yeah. Based on their 11,000-year time series of bowhead whale genetic diversity, the researchers estimated how the species' genetic diversity will evolve in future generations. So they can tell by looking at the DNA of these older specimens from thousands of years ago. And there was a lot more diversity, lots of unusual, interesting, potentially really useful genes that no longer exist in today's bowhead whales. All of those whales being killed off just removed so much of the diversity from the population, and they're getting inbred. The results show that diversity will continue to decline as a direct result of commercial whaling, even if populations stay stable. This may severely impact the species' resilience to a changing climate. That's the thing, is that you need diversity. You know, it's kind of a cliche that, like, diversity is our strength, but for species of organisms, that is literally the truth. That is, ask any evolutionary biologist. You need diversity in a population in order to be able to adapt and evolve. If we're talking about the long-term survival, you know, millions of years into the future of any species, you need different genotypes. You need mutations in those DNA that can allow for evolution to occur, you know? If everybody's a clone, you've probably heard that, like, bananas could be in trouble. Because all modern bananas are clones of one another. Here's Brother Hank talking about that, just to help illustrate this concept.
Here at SciShow HQ, we have a little food area for the employees. Sometimes there's donuts, sometimes there's nuts, sometimes some dried mango. But the one thing that never sticks around and is gone as fast as we can buy it is the wonderful, beautiful, noble banana. Unfortunately for us, they may not be around forever.
Yeah.
First, the good. Bananas are healthy, packed with nutrition and energy. They fit in your hand and give nice little cues when they're perfectly ripe and are easy to peel and eat. Shocking statistic, the banana is Walmart's #1 selling item, not the potato chip, not Coca-Cola, not 50 Shades of Grey, bananas.
Do they count them individually, or is it like a bunch of bananas? What's the unit for bananas at Walmart?
Appear to be so perfect for human consumption that Kirk Cameron attempted to use them to prove the existence of God. Of course, this banana was not created by God, or really even nature. Bananas, at least the ones that you see at the store, were created by people. Don't get me wrong, there are wild banana plants, lots of them. They're native to South and Southeast Asia, and there are dozens of species and thousands of varieties. They're just not the ones we eat. Some of those species, as you might suspect, have seeds, because that's what fruits are. They're
Anyway, let's get into the genetic bottleneck part, shall we? Yeah.
Since they're seedless, the only way to reproduce them is to transplant part of the plant stem. And for the last 50 years, we've been good with the Cavendish, because it's more resistant to the Panama disease. However, somewhat terrifyingly, a strain of Panama disease that affects the Cavendish strain that we all eat has been identified. A global monoculture of genetically identical individuals is a beautiful sight to a pathogen. The fungus only has to figure out how to infect and destroy a single individual, and suddenly there's no diversity to stop it or even slow it down.
So this could be the same sort of thing that could happen with bowhead whales, potentially. We don't know. Like, we just know that having a lack of diversity like that is a recipe for disaster. Article though. There we go. The press release, rather. A species' genetic diversity is like a Swiss Army knife. The bigger the knife, the more tools a species has and in their response to stressors. Genetic diversity is what what species depend on when facing stress or change, such as disease or environmental change. The more diversity a species has, the better its chance of survival. The outlook for bowhead whales is bleak. Even if population size increase, the genetic diversity that is gone has been lost forever. And that may not be entirely true. You give these critters enough time, enough generations, and you can start to see genetic diversity increase again. But it takes a long, long time to do that, and that's not time that we currently have. With global climate changing as the Earth warms because of human-caused pollution, release of greenhouse gases, we're really messing up this planet. And critters like bowhead whales, which rely on Arctic sea ice, they're in a vulnerable spot. Our study provides an 11,000-year ecological baseline for the bowhead whale. We provide insight into the species' long-term resilience to past climate changes, but also a clear understanding of the relative impact of commercial whaling. In evolutionary terms, this impact has been massive. The biological consequences of whaling will extend many generations into the future, said Lorenzo. There's a link to that right there. Oh, there you go, Charlie's right. Exactly. Yeah. Win528 says, when will humans stop believing that diversity is bad? I mean, scientists don't believe that. It's, I don't know, charlatans and scam artists and politicians and religious leaders and just kind of like conservative folks of different stripes. They think that diversity is a dirty word when it's exactly the opposite, you know? Again, this is one of the reasons why folks like that are so terrified of the idea of evolution, because it demonstrates that diversity is a good thing. It's essential for the survival of a species. You would think that sort of thing is obvious, and it is obvious, but I don't know. It's one of the reasons why they don't want evolution taught in schools, especially here in the US, you know? Yeah. Anyhow. Not a fun, lighthearted story, but an important one. Thanks for exploring it with me. Let's go ahead and move on and pick another news story here using our Wheel of Fossil News. Let's see what we got. Oh, and hang on a second. Oh, this is going to be a fun one. But Deathsaurus is just another story that confirms we suck. Don't say that about yourself, Deathsaurus, or about us. That's the thing, is that I hate it when people say, oh, you know, human beings are terrible and we're a plague on this planet and everything. No, we don't have to be. Absolutely not. It's not, there's nothing inherent to human nature that makes us awful. I happen to think that there is inherent goodness in every person, or at least there absolutely can be. Sure, human beings are capable of the worst kinds of greed and selfishness, carelessness, and ignorance, but we're also capable of the most beautiful kinds of generosity and compassion, cooperation, and cleverness. It's not that people are the problem, it's these systems that we build that encourage people to be selfish and bloodthirsty and uncaring. I mean, notice that when we were looking at that article about bowhead whales, it's not that whaling, or it's not that that is the problem, it's intensive whaling, commercial whaling. People have been hunting whales for thousands of years. Thousands of years. One whale here, another whale there, very low levels. That's not going to have a huge impact on the population. But when you're sending out ships to just kill as many whales as you possibly can, when that is the goal, is just, let's harvest all of these creatures and butcher them and turn them into oil, and it's a system that people put in place. People in power built this system in order to be able to amass ever more wealth and use that to oppress other people. And I guess that's my point, is that systems like that, commercial interests, capitalism, greed, these are the things that are causing these issues, you know? We as a human race, like all people, are not responsible for that. It's people who let greed run their lives, people who think of compassion and cooperation as things to be snuffed out. The people who have sold their humanity for cold hard cash, that's the problem. You know what I mean? So it's not a problem with human beings, it's a problem with certain human systems that people have put in place. Tiny. Yeah. I think that's important to remember when we're talking about stuff like this, you know? It can be really easy to just say, oh man, humans suck. But no, we don't. Not inherently. We don't have to. A better world is possible. And you and I can help build that. You know? Anyhow. Yeah. Ready for our next news story? Will Megalodon be a U.S. state shark? It's the state of Maryland here, in particular, that we're talking about. It's cool that we're getting more shark stories. It's been a shark-heavy day, I suppose. Here we go. Maryland considers a bill to make the extinct Megalodon the official state shark. It isn't Megalodon a mollusk? The genus name is Deathsaurus. But we're talking about Either Carcharocles or Otodus megalodon, depending on who you ask. The shark, not the mollusk. Megalodon. So it is a genus of bivalves. So you are correct about that, Deathsaurus. There you go. There's a link if you want to read about. Wow. What a formidable creature. But this is the critter we're talking about. Megalodon. Yeah. Oh, I Megalodon on stream. We did a brief interview here a few weeks ago. That was here. Here's the T-Rex skull that I 3D printed and delivered.
Private land by a commercial group, and then it was sold at
the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont.
$20 million just for the skull, and they ended up getting about $6 million. Still vastly overpaid for.
Anyway, let's go find Megalodon. Here we go.
It's in a.
But the way we kind of created this was so that the kids can look in here and they can decide what their dinner is. So if you look down here,
from the shark's perspective.
From the shark's perspective.
That is so cool. Yeah, it was like a mako shark and a baleen whale, toothed whales, and then is that a Desmostylian over there on the right?
Yeah, of course.
Behind the ducks.
Yeah.
Super cool.
So that looks like a Miocene ocean around here. So
yeah, very cool.
This guy's going around chomping everything.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, this is awesome.
Yeah, so this the kids like. We've had several groups of kids in already. They love this, but they get scared actually.
Yeah, I mean, I would be too if I were a kid. Like, jaws that big,
yeah,
teeth
had,
that
like,
big.
The 4 and 5 year olds are looking, you know, like, no.
But this is pretty funny. I love this idea too that like you're looking at from the shark's perspective. Like, what's on the menu today?
Yeah.
What are all these different critters?
And then if they want a picture the other way, we just have a dose and open this up. So
nice.
We're trying to figure out how to, you know, make it
Yeah.
interactive for the kids. So
Did I do that?
That is so cool. Is this one of Rob Gaston's?
it sure is. Didn't he
Very
do a
cool.
great job?
It's phenomenal. Yeah.
He did a great job.
I'm so proud that I was able to connect you with Rob because he does such good work and
Right.
it's like often 1/3 the price of some of these other.
No, I mean
fossils.
this was good, and Gaetano went
Yeah.
and got a U-Haul and brought
Nice.
it back.
That's awesome.
Worked.
But I think it was on a subsequent trip that I actually.
Oh yeah.
Here we go. This is when Brian Eng was delivering his ground sloth. But let's see here. I think I did like a video selfie with the Megalodon at some point. I'm looking for that here. Here we go. Yeah. So you get a sense of
So
scale.
this used to be like the modern ocean room, and now it's kind of dominated by this Megalodon.
There we go. Check that out. We still don't fully understand how big Megalodon could get.
It's
because we don't have complete skeletons. There's just usually loose vertebrae and teeth. I don't even know if there is like a set of jaws like this that's anywhere close to complete, but yeah, it's pretty
it's
impressive.
A big critter. Most of the estimates that I've seen put the full length of this animal at something like 40 or 50 feet, but again, there's guesswork involved there. We don't really know for a fact how big they got, because mostly what we have is...
Fall on the Blink says just make yourself at home. I do a lot of work with this museum. I'm not just a guest visiting. Oh, by the way, if you want to take a look at that VOD, here's a link.
Oh yeah, this should...
There we go. But yeah, big critter, Megalodon. Not a small animal. Certainly not. And now the state of Maryland here in the U.S. is considering making it their official state shark. It was a sacred velvet rope. I happen to have special permission to traverse the sacred velvet rope. Neverwinter. Yeah. Maryland leaders are considering a bill that would make the extinct megalodon the official state shark. Even though the species has been extinct for millions of years, supporters of the proposed bill said the idea still has plenty of teeth. Oh boy. The bill is still making its way through the Maryland General Assembly. Along the shores of the Calvert Cliffs in Calvert County, Maryland, the hunt for megalodon teeth is one that requires special patience and a sharp eye. People are still finding megalodon teeth there, and Maryland is one of the best places in the world to find them, honestly. 15 million years ago, we're standing on the bottom of the ocean. The ocean would have been above us, said Stephen Godfrey, curator of paleontology at the Calvert Marine Museum. Over 650 kinds of organisms that are found in these sediments were living here in the ocean above us. Pretty cool. I do hope that this goes through. Like, it would be neat to have a living shark as Maryland's official state shark. But I like the precedent of having a fossil. Here, let's take a look. List of U.S. state sharks. List of official U.S. state sharks? Do states not have state sharks? What?
What?
Okay. I guess not. Well, okay. Let's watch this little video here.
For blue crabs, the Chesapeake Bay, and now maybe a prehistoric predator.
Hang on. Can we embiggen this in a way that does... whatever. There.
With a bite bigger than the state's reputation.
Wow, so lawmakers are floating a proposal to name the megalodon as Maryland's official state shark. And as Ashley Paul reports, even though the species has been extinct for millions of years, supporters say this idea still has plenty of teeth.
Along the shores of the Calvert Cliffs in Calvert County, it's a hunt that requires patience.
I'm always outside looking for things.
A few times a week, Emily Bizdick walks miles on the beach, scanning the surf line where waves turn over rocks.
Some days you find something cool, most of the time you don't.
But every so often, the waves reveal a hidden treasure, and the predator that once ruled these waters for the first time becomes the hunted.
Describe to us the feeling when you spot something and you're like, I think that might be something.
It's pure adrenaline. It's an awesome feeling.
It's not just any shark tooth she's looking for, it's a megalodon tooth.
It's the biggest shark, and so there's just something exciting about this. Is like the biggest predator that was out here.
Millions of years ago, this stretch where we're standing was underwater. And as the sea levels have dropped and the cliffs have become exposed, so have their secrets.
There are over 650 different kinds of organisms that have been found in these sediments. They are living in the sediments.
Stephen Godfrey, curator of paleontology at the Calvert Marine Museum, says bones, teeth, and fossils are shed from the cliffs every day. And of all the species that lived here, the megalodon,
Shark Geek,
which
neat, right?
translates to big tooth, was not just the biggest, but the most feared.
These sharks would have been absolutely ruthless. No gentleness, no kindness, no meekness. They were just like
going in for the kill.
Unbelievable, predators.
They'd go head-to-head with whales, dolphins, and other ocean predators. And with teeth up to 7 inches long, scientists estimate the largest megalodons reached nearly 80 feet.
These have all come from
I wonder about that.
Cliffs.
Wow.
Now, these are tiny meg teeth.
This is tiny. Isn't that little and tiny, everybody? Really, it's really little. The rich history in our area and the
Bigger than my teeth.
fascination it inspires is exactly why some people want to make it Maryland's state shark.
Everyone loves a giant super predator, especially one that's safely extinct. I think it's a perfect state shark for Maryland.
That history is carefully studied and put on display here at the Calvert Marine Museum. Godfrey says the megalodon is more than just jaw-dropping. It's a powerful teaching tool, and designating it as the state shark would magnify that.
That's correct, yes. It's a great educational tool, right? It's a hook to teach children about modern and past ecosystems. There is no state anywhere that has ever designated for itself a state shark. And why wouldn't we be the first?
House Bill 97, state designation, state shark. The legislature would designate megalodon as the official state shark of Maryland.
Still, not everyone is ready to sink their teeth into the idea. Critics say there are nearly 41 species of existing sharks the Department of Natural Resources is responsible for, arguing the megalodon should instead be designated as the state's historic shark. But supporters say it's
not historic, though. It's prehistoric. It's from before the invention of writing. They're like, oh, well, actually, we should make it the official historic state shark. No. They're, like, trying to be pedantically correct and then being incorrect. It's funny.
History and inspiring future generations to go big or go home.
It lived here in Maryland for at least 15 million years. That's a really impressive track record. That's an awesome run. Because they're extinct shouldn't diminish the fact that they are this amazing icon.
For now, the bill is still making its way through Annapolis. One thing is clear, this debate has already made quite a splash. The biggest ones were 80 feet.
That's correct.
Double the size of
That's
this.
exactly right.
On your corner in Calvert County, I'm Ashley Paul, WJZ. That's for sure.
Pretty darn cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
But then it's like, oh my.
Whoop. Here's the link again to that news piece if you want to take a look. And there's so many different directions I want to take this right now. Shark Geek was talking about, he said, like, man, it's a shame Florida didn't do this first. You still could. You know, it's not been voted into law yet. A friend of mine was involved with an effort to designate an official state dinosaur, the state of Idaho. And it seems like the way to do this is to get school kids involved.
Idaho has a new state dinosaur thanks to students at UConn Elementary School. Local News 8's Kaylee Gallavis shows us how they feel now that all their hard work has paid off.
Governor Little has signed the bill.
What was started by a 4th grade class last year has finally come to fruition. Idaho's new state emblem is a dinosaur, the
Eryctodromeus.
I didn't think in 4th grade I would be able to help make the Eryctodromeus the state dinosaur.
Governor Brad Little signed the bill into law on March 31st.
One of my main goals as
Here's the teacher who is kind of leading the charge
to
here.
broaden kids' worlds, to open up their perspective and just start to give them the background experience they need to be learners. And this was gold.
So Shark Geek says student lobbying, genius. This does seem to be the kind of the best way to get this kind of thing done. When there's an official state symbol, usually there's like a 4th grade class who is kind of at the center of this, and like a teacher trying to make a difference, this kind of thing. Where's the part with LJ? I think it's... Is it here? Yeah. Friend of the channel, LJ Krumanacker. He's right here.
Paleontologist was a kid.
Yeah, I've never grown out of it, so.
Dr. L.J. Krumanacker is a paleontologist at Idaho State University and grew up in Blackfoot.
When I started as a kid, they said Idaho didn't have dinosaurs. And I was like, well, maybe if I look really hard, we can find some.
And you did.
Yeah, it's kind of made me happy.
Dr. Krumanacker was one of the first to find the Eryctodromeus in the Gem State about 20 years ago, a 95-million-year-old burrowing herbivore.
Yeah, about the size of a dog, 11 feet long.
Most dogs are not 11 feet long, LJ. But I get what he means. Like the body is about the size of like a big dog, maybe a Great Dane or something. Yeah.
Name translates to digging runner.
The 7 feet of that would have been tail.
Yeah.
So he's just a little long-tailed dog-sized dinosaur.
There have been about 15 full skeletons found in Idaho. A rare find for any...
That's not true. There's been no complete skeletons. About, what did they say, 15 partial skeletons, like a handful of bones. We've got a pretty good idea of what the whole animal would look like, but there's still some mysteries about it. Eryctodromius, here building on that idea from yesterday that we were talking about. Looking at skeletal diagrams. Yeah. Here we go. About like this. So we're still missing... Well, no, there's more than that that's known. That's a bit better. This is from the original published paper. We have since found more of this animal, so we've got most of the skeleton, but none of the specimens that have been found are complete. So yeah. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good overall. I think this might be... Yeah, I think we're still missing some cervical vertebrae, a few of the skull bones. But yeah, we've got a pretty good sense for what this animal looked like. Anyway. But I love this idea for Maryland. Official state shark being a fossil shark, Megalodon. That's a pretty cool idea. And it definitely would get kids excited. Although, from like a central planning kind of perspective, rather than pitting states against one another, if we're thinking about this more cooperatively, I think it might be a good idea, sorry Maryland, to save Megalodon for a state that doesn't have any extant shark species. Maryland's on the coast. You have living sharks in Maryland waters. I'm trying to think if Megalodon teeth have been found in any states that are landlocked. Maybe not, actually. Because Megalodon lived recently enough that, that they've largely been found in areas that are close to coastal nowadays. Maybe Nevada? No, I don't think so, actually. I know you get a lot of Megalodon fossils in California, in Maryland, in the Carolinas, in Florida. But those are all states that have coastline today, so you get sharks. Megalodon lived way, way after way after, say, the Western Interior Seaway. So, like, this is way before Megalodon, when you had the Seaway in the middle of North America. We're talking more like this. So, Florida, Megalodon swimming all over there. Parts of California, too. Carolinas. Yeah. Huh. It wasn't Oklahoma. That was way earlier, Fall in the Blanks, just like I was talking about. This is 20 million years ago. This is the heyday of Megalodon. But, this is way before Megalodon, 90 million years ago. There's Oklahoma there, underwater. Along with Texas, Kansas, Nebraska, the Dakotas, Montana, much of California. Yeah. Yeah. Montana. Yeah, there you go, Lunaseer, yeah. Where I used to live. But this also reminds me of, Given that Maryland would be the first state to have a state shark, it would be cool to pick a fossil one. I love that idea of blurring the line between the extinct and the extant. California, for instance, has a state marine reptile. It's the only state to have an official state marine reptile. It's our beloved leatherback turtle. This is our California state marine reptile. No other state has a state marine reptile. Some states have a state sea turtle, or a state turtle that happens to be a sea turtle. But you could have a bunch of different states in the US with state marine reptiles, even if they're landlocked. You could have a Kansas state marine reptile. You could pick Mosasaurus if you wanted to. Sure, it's extinct, but it's from your state, you know? So, yeah, I don't know. I guess I just really love that idea of having state symbols that get people to think about extinct and living. It just kind of puts things in a geological context, and I'm all about that, you know? It's the sort of thing that I get jazzed about. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. And, oh, you got to go to Bozeman. That's where I lived for the better part of a decade, Luna's here. Yeah, I lived right next to campus, Montana State University. And Gene Wen says, why do U.S. states declare so many official state thingies? It's just like a fun, goofy tradition. Like our state dinosaur in California. State symbols are just... oh, they're fun, you know? Yeah.
That's right. So I'm going to write something down. I'm going to see if you guys can pronounce it, okay? All right? This isn't your typical second grade lesson. All right, you see the name up there? What is it?
Never mind. It's actually hard. Maurice.
Can you say August? August. Inolphus?
Inolphus.
Morrissey.
Morrissey.
This is such a missed opportunity.
Girder. Morrissey.
We have a better dinosaur from
Are we
California.
subjecting this group of Tahoe Elementary School students to a lesson in scientific pronunciation?
Augustine Oliphus.
Okay, very good.
That might be the only time I say it so smoothly.
It's actually all because of this man, Assemblyman Richard Bloom from Southern California.
There's a state folk dance.
He took some ribbing because of this.
We're proud to have it as the only dinosaur that is native only to California.
And this is not true. There is a better option, in my opinion, Aletapelta, or Aletapelta, tomato potato. It does seem to be more unique than Augustinolephus, which was originally thought to just be Saurolophus. But anyway, it's an ankylosaur from San Diego County. It is more unique than Augustinolephus is. And I think it would have made a better fit, but no.
That's right.
Anyhow.
A dinosaur. What Bloom wants to be the next state symbol would be the state dinosaur.
It's a duck-billed dinosaur. It's a leaf eater. It was in California about 70 million years ago.
I like how he's using like land before time terminology. It's a leaf eater. Yeah, you're not wrong.
The Augustinolephus morrissey.
Had you heard of this dinosaur before you reached out to the scientific community?
Not in my entire life.
Hardly anybody has. I mean, that's the thing is in the book, Dinosaurs and Other Mesozoic Reptiles of California, Augustinolephus is mentioned in here. But it hadn't been named yet. In fact, it is just referred to as like Saurolophus, which is Dinosaur that I think is known from Mongolia and from Alberta, Canada, I presume. There you go. There's our critter there. Here's a reconstruction of it. It is kind of a cliche to make it orange for whatever reason. Yeah. Yeah, a late Cretaceous Sierra River scene with the hadrosaur Saurolophus. Not Augustinophus, Saurolophus. There was a hadrosaur worker who was looking at these remains later. It might have been Prado Marquez. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to give this thing a different name. And so he did. But it was originally just considered Saurolophus, you know? Here we go. Speaking of Land Before Time, isn't this critter in the Land Before Time? Saurolophus? It would appear so, yes. Same dinosaur. So is Augustinophus actually different from this? It's kind of marginal. It's kind of a gray area. There we go. You can see it on display at the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles County. But, yeah, Prado Marquez, 2014, he named it. And before that, he had called it Saurolophus morrisi in 2013. Hang on, what? Yeah. Anyway, it was determined to be a separate genus. I think that's still kind of, I don't know. I think Prado Marquez has a bit of a reputation for splitting. So take that for whatever it's worth. But yeah. Yeah. There you go, chat. Yep. Yes! Yes! It's not the same sound effect, but yeah. Anywho, the anti-Greg fault kind of Deathsaurus, yeah. Deathsaurus says it would be really awkward if the creature became a nomen dubium. It could be awkward, but looking on the bright side, it could be a wonderful opportunity for some science outreach and education, you know? Talk to this guy again and be like, hey, this dinosaur has been reevaluated. Maybe let's introduce a bill to change our state dinosaur to Aletopelta. But yeah. Anywho, something to think about. Nomad King, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. I've got a question. Where does the name paleontologist come from? Ooh, Nomad King. Excellent question. It comes from the word paleontology. So anyway, I'm just kidding. It does come from the word paleontology, but you want a more in-depth answer than that, and I'm prepared to indulge you. Where does the word paleontology come from? I was curious about this a while ago, and I looked into it. The word paleontology is actually a fairly new word. It only goes back to, I think, 1830.
If the situation called for still more protection.
Thank you for the follow, by the way.
Which projected from his body armor.
So I wrote about this a while ago. Let me see if I can find that. But there is a French naturalist, here we go, who came up with the term. So back in the early 1800s, there was no formal word for the study of fossils. In fact, scientists or naturalists or natural philosophers, whatever you wanted to call them back then, the word scientist was not in widespread use yet. these people started to realize that fossils were not just some sort of weird curiosity. They're not like a fluke of the local geology or something. They're actually the preserved remains of ancient living things. It took folks a while to realize that fossils that people would find, like, say, these ammonites, these are not just a weird rock. They're not just some bizarre fluke. They're actually the bodies of ancient critters, animals in the case of ammonites. Before that, people had called these curiosities, and some people would take ammonite fossils and they would actually carve the head of a snake onto them. Because they're like, this must be a snake that somehow got curled up and buried in the rock. And I'm going to carve a snake's face onto it, and then I'm going to sell it. People used to do this kind of thing, you know? Before people realized that ammonites were cephalopods, you know, kind of like an octopus or a squid with a shell, people came up with all kinds of wacky explanations for these things that they would find. And then people whom today we would call scientists, they started to look at these things and realize that, no, these are the remains of ancient organisms, like, that lived a long time ago before the rocks existed. You would get sediment laid down over time that would bury the remains of ancient creatures. It would turn to stone. The fossils themselves would be permineralized. You know, we talked a bit about this yesterday. So at first, this was kind of like, they were people like monks and priests and doctors and like wealthy landowner farmers and people like that. These are the only people who really had the time and the literacy to like sit down and study these things and write about them. We didn't have like full-time scientists yet. These were like gentlemen scholars, and they almost all were men at the beginning. You had a few people like Mary Anning, who would study these things as well, and she is today a universally beloved figure in our field. The mother of paleontology, she's often called, but that's a story for another time. Most of these men who were studying these things, they had other careers, other jobs, and fossils were just kind of a hobby for them. But eventually, as people found more and more fossils and started to understand them better, you had more people thinking about these things, studying them, writing about them. Our perimeter of knowledge on what fossils were and what they were all about started to expand. And eventually you had people who started to study fossils more or less full-time. We kind of needed a term for that, you know? This was a new thing. And so this guy, yes, Henri-Marie Descotes de Blainville was a French naturalist. And he decided he was going to come up with a word for the study of fossils. So he thought long and hard about this.
Real dinosaur?
Ian Gilly, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. He used to do these, like, summaries of different papers and writings that had happened in the past year. So yeah, I wrote about this a while ago. Years and years ago. Blainville edited the prestigious French Journal de Physique, which was like a medical journal. But it also kind of had all kinds of different sorts of sciences in it. Before different fields were like established as standalone sciences, you would like doctors and medical and gentlemen scholars who would like read the medical literature because it's just what you did as like an upper class, wealthy, landowning, well-educated person. So you would read medical journals at the time. So Blainville was editing one of these, compiling yearly summaries of findings in all the natural sciences, including a field he pursued research in, the emerging but still nameless study of fossils. In one such year-end summary, he coined a word for the study of fossils. He called it paleozoology. This was a mistake because zoology is the study of animals. So what happens if you find a plant fossil? It's not going to work. You need a different term. So he tried again. He introduced the term paleosomiology, which is the study of ancient bodies. He broadened it out. So it's not just animals, it's plants too. Bodies, I guess. This did not catch on. People hated that term. They didn't use it. So he tried a third time, and finally he came up with paleontology, which is the study of ancient beings. Like ontology, the study of being. Paleontology, paleo meaning ancient, ology meaning being. So there you go. That was 1822. Okay, I have that here. This is for a blog post that I did back in like 2015, something like that. 2014 maybe. 1822. Yeah, it was in 1822 that he coined the term paleontology. So that's where that comes from. Yeah. Anyhow. And ontos, truth. Life would be by... No, I didn't say life. So, ontology. The philosophical study of being. Paleontology. Ancient beings. Oh, yeah. Anyhow. I hope that answers your question. It's kind of crazy that, like, the study of fossils is so recent, you know? Even the very concept of extinction, this notion that whole species of living things can go extinct, they could disappear from the earth. It's a fairly new idea in the sciences. That's from about the same time, 1820s, 1830s. People like Georges Cuvier were figuring that out. And it was considered a heretical notion at the time. You know, because people still thought of living things as being like divine in nature, you know? If God in all of his perfect wisdom had created these things in a divine fashion, surely he would never let any of them go extinct. How could you even say that? That's heresy, you know? So people kind of assumed that, like, if they found a fossil of any kind of critter, it's got to still be around somewhere on the planet, you know? It can't be extinct. What are you talking about? You know? So yeah, it's wild to think about, like, the concept of extinction is a more recent scientific concept. Like, that's a newer idea in science than, like, different models of the atom, you know? People were thinking about atomic structure and devising different models for this, different ways of thinking about it and illustrating that. People were doing that before they came up with the idea, or before the idea of extinction was established and accepted in the sciences. Kind of wild, you know? So yeah. And this where you get the hollow Earth theory from? I mean, maybe. Jules Verne did kind of expand on that. I don't know if he invented the term, but when we're talking about Georges Cuvier, sometimes called the father of paleontology, which, okay. He was fighting against this idea that, like, all creatures that ever existed have to still exist because God created them and he'd never let any of them die, right? What, are you questioning the glory and omnipotence of God? Off with your head, you know? Georges Cuvier, like, this is kind of a bold thing to say at the time. Here, let me find... There's a nifty little comic strip about this. .356 in this book. This is a compendium of those dinosaurs magazines from the 80s and 90s. Maybe just the 90s? Yeah. Anybody remember these? This book has all of them in it, as far as I know. I think it's every single one. But they've got these charming little comics. I remember this from when I was a kid. I only had like 4 issues of this magazine, but this is one of the ones that I had. Okay, Phil. Yeah. Extinction. A totally new idea. So, Cuvier was digging up fossils in France and pondering them and coming up with what they may have looked like. And some scientists thought that actually maybe most scientists thought that the unidentified fossilized bones that were belonged to creatures that were still living in unexplored parts of the world. But Cuvier had his own ideas. This guy says, perhaps it lives somewhere in the jungles of South America. And Cuvier says, nonsense. The bones belong to an animal that is no longer with us. It's gone, forever, extinct. I don't know how widespread the, like, hollow Earth idea was. But there were definitely people who thought that mastodons, mammoths, ground sloths, that you could still find them in certain parts of the world if you went out and looked. In fact, when Thomas Jefferson sent Lewis and Clark out on their grand expedition, the Corps of Discovery, which was rescued repeatedly by Sacagawea. When Jefferson sent these guys out there, he told them to be on the lookout for giant prehistoric lions, for mastodons and mammoths and ground sloths. He's like, they've got to still be out there, you know? This is what, 1803, I think, that he sent them out? Or was it 1805? Maybe it was 1805. Anyway, he was convinced. He's like, yeah, you're going to see so many crazy things out there. Because he didn't really, like, believe in the idea of extinction. Very few people did. So, yeah. Anywho. And Charlie's Dragon says, to be fair, there were still places that were very unexplored. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And Lewis and Clark did discover scientifically a bunch of new species. That's one of the reasons why so many different critters in North America are named after them, you know? List of species described by the Lewis and Clark expedition. Prairie dogs, grizzly bears, pronghorns, American badgers, bison. Oh wait, no, described. This is not scientifically discovered. This is just ones they encountered. Here's ones that were discovered for the first time by European Americans. There we go. And when we say discovered, we mean like documented scientifically and given a scientific name. But yeah. Nuts. Pronghorn, mule deer, grizzly bear, prairie dog. Lewis's woodpecker is named after Meriwether Lewis. Amphibians, reptiles, yeah. Pretty cool. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Terminus Squinch says, I always thought pterodactyls were dinosaurs. No, they're, pterosaurs are related to dinosaurs, but they're not dinosaurs themselves. Think of them like close cousins to the dinosaurs. And to return to this chart, it's like simplified phylogeny, evolutionary family tree. What is a dinosaur and what isn't? The way that we classify living things is based on their ancestry. When we say that two critters are related, we mean that literally, like you can trace them back to a common ancestor. So all the dinosaurs are related to each other because they all evolved from one ancestral species, as far as we know. So if you evolved from that species, you are by definition a dinosaur. Birds are dinosaurs. Pterosaurs over here are not. They're close to the origin of dinosaurs, very close. But they're just outside. They're not dinosaurs themselves. Does that make sense? Yeah. Humorous Squinch says, I'm a fish? I mean, so are dinosaurs. So are any animals with bones. Evolved from fish. Earlier on, so yeah. If you got bones, you are a fish. That's what you've inherited from your fishy ancestors. All animals with bones are fish, strictly speaking. Phylogenetically speaking. Yeah, including leatherback turtles, yeah. What's kind of funny is, yeah. Chapter 32 of Moby Dick. Whales are fish! If you read this masterpiece by Herman Melville, I say this completely unironically. This is one of my favorite books. He repeatedly, I would say incessantly, refers to whales as fish. And you'll get a lot of people who go, well, whales aren't fish, they're mammals. Which is true, whales are mammals. But mammals are a kind of fish. So, Melville, at the time he knew that whales aren't really fish. He just thought it sounded cool and poetic to refer to them as fish. He thought it sounded good, so he did it. And there's a whole chapter about that. It's kind of cheeky. But he thought that he was wrong, and he was being wrong on purpose for literary reasons. Turns out he was actually correct and didn't know it. So yeah. Accidentally correct. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah. And yeah, bats are mammals too, Conrad. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. We don't usually hear people say, hey, torpedoes aren't fish either. Yeah. Submariners will refer to torpedoes as fish. You know? We got 3 fish in the water. You know. On track, firing true toward target. Anywho, yeah. And Dave Nevius says, does that mean that every living thing on Earth is an amorphous, asymmetrical, protocellular blob? No, because those are descriptors. Those aren't clade names, Dave Nevius. I'll show you what I mean. to our tree of life here. So all living things on Earth are life. Biota is that clade. A clade is an evolutionary group where it's the ancestor and all of its descendants. As far as we know, all life on Earth is related. It's all descended from one common ancestor about 3 or 4 billion years ago. Archaea and eukaryotes, this is another clade. This is everything alive on our planet except for the eubacteria. But then you can narrow it down further. The Depan archaeal group. I don't know what this clade is called. It might be eukaryotes? No, eukaryotes are here. But yeah, eukaryotes are critters that have a nucleus in their cell. So they don't just have their genetic material strewn about all willy-nilly, it's all self-contained in the brain of the cell, the nucleus. You know, yeah. So when we talk about these groups, like eukaryotes, all of these critters had a common ancestor, as far as we know. That's how they got their cell nuclei. At some point, there was like an endosymbiosis thing going on where one cell engulfed another, and it's complicated.
There have never been more dinosaurs.
And Southwater, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Anyhow, pretty neat. Yeah. Yeah. And Pate B says, do we have any better classification name than just fish? Yeah, so in this case, one kind of eukaryote is the vertebrates. And so we would say vertebrates instead of fish. Every animal with bones is a vertebrate. Whether it's the jawless vertebrates, also called jawless fishes, things like lampreys and hagfish, or whether it's the jawed vertebrates, gnathostomatans, these are fishes with jaws.
This is really not what paleontology is like.
And thank you, Skay004, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Cartilaginous fishes come off here, that's sharks and their relatives. And then you get the bony vertebrates, aka bony fishes, Utiliostomai. So yeah. This is what we want here. There we go. Osteichthyes are the bony fishes. Utiliostomai and Osteichthyes, these are the same thing. These are synonyms. Yeah. Group is divided into two main clades, the ray-finned fish and the lobe-finned fish. Lobe-finned fish gave rise to all of the land vertebrates. So anyway. Vertebrata, vertebrates. If you're thinking phylogenetically, every single one of these is a fish, because they all evolved from the first fish. Ancestral fish. Does that make sense? And Cocklinsdorf, it is time for birds. We'll get into that just about now. Yeah. Southwater says, found this channel by searching up paleontology. Early paleontologist and half-experienced fossil hunter. Welcome, welcome, Southwater. It's wonderful to have you here. Shoot, let me play a quick little channel trailer for you to introduce you to what we do here. And I like to show, don't tell, whenever I can. Here we go.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There you go. So welcome, Southwater. Let me know if you've got any questions or anything. We've hit that point in the week where, well shoot, it's Thursday, toward the end of the stream. Last stream of the week. Now comes the time when we celebrate that dinosaurs never actually went extinct. Not completely. We still have... Come on, sweetie pie. We have multiple species of dinosaur alive today. In fact, we have thousands of them. We just call them birds. Thursday BIRDSday is when we celebrate that fact. So let's start up Thursday BIRDSday right now.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday BIRDSday.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday BIRDSday is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday BIRDSday?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday BIRDSday is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday BIRDSday!
Happy Thursday BIRDSday indeed, everybody. Good stuff. Let's take a look at some of those bird photos submitted by members of this community over the past week. I'm about half an hour late with this. We might try and do this. I try to speed run this, or maybe we won't bother. I don't know. We can do a late stream, it's fine. I don't have to rush things. But here we go. I think this is our first one. Nope, hang on. Discord is acting up. It's supposed to show me... There we go. That should come properly. There we are. Excellent. First off, from Sloppy Salamander, we've got some incredible pictures and video of an osprey. And an amazing encounter with an osprey in Florida this past week. Just walked outside, heard a sound in the tree to my left, and bam! There it is. And I remembered that I have a camera now. Holy cow. This is exquisite, salamander. Holy moly. With a ray-finned fish in its talons. osprey. That is nuts. Salamander, that is so cool. Holy moly. Congrats. This is exquisite. We're starting off with a bang here. Look at that. Phenomenal. Wow, indeed, Roy of Science. This is exquisite. Just fantastic. Salamander, you have outdone yourself. Video here. This theropod just hanging out. Eating its ray-finned fish lunch, I'm guessing. This is superb. Yeah. Why is there a dead fish? There you go, Snow Tenchi, yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Mom.
This is so cool.
Here. Outside. Look what's in the tray.
Oh, this is so cool.
What do ospreys eat? Ospreys eat fish.
Fantastic.
Oh, I wish that were me.
This is so cool. Oh man, Salamander. This is phenomenal. Yeah. Very, very cool. I don't remember the genus and species name for these guys. Let's look that up real quick. First, let's go to birds on our tree of life. And then we'll zoom into osprey. I know it's a kind of a cipterid, so it's related to hawks and eagles. There's our birds there. But where is our osprey? There we go, Pendion haliatus. Yeah. These guys are cool. They're pretty early diverging when it comes to... Yeah, I guess they're the earliest diverging of the hawks. Outside of New World vultures and secretary birds, osprey are just there by themselves on this branch. Pretty cool. Fish-eating birds. That's what they specialize in. They have these really hooked claws that are adapted for that purpose. So the claws of an osprey, the talons, are more curved than they are of, say, like a red-tailed hawk or something like that. They're evolved for a specific purpose, for plunging like this into the water and just snatching ray-finned fishes and carrying them off to their doom. They're very good at this. Holy cow. Oh, this is... Hang on. Ah! Gotta embiggen this. So vultures, their claws are much more straight. They don't have the kind of crazy curve like an osprey. Short-tailed eagle, they have more straight claws as well. Secretary bird. Yeah. It's interesting. The different shapes of the claws are adapted for different purposes. Depending on what you eat and how you catch it, you'll evolve a different shape to your claws. That's exactly what these guys have done. Really cool. Really cool. And we have them in northwest England. Yeah, osprey they've got a pretty wide range. Yeah. They're almost cosmopolitan. I guess they don't exist in Oceania, Australia, and neighboring countries. But most of Africa, much of North America, much of Asia, and a few places here and there in Europe. They probably used to be more widespread in Europe, and then, I don't know, so much of Europe is denuded of its native wildlife. It is starting to come back in a few places, and that's encouraging, but they're certainly trying to recover from a pretty long-standing deficit there. Anyway, ospreys, super cool birds. Thank you, Salamander, for posting. This is excellent. Yeah. What a great start to Birds Day. I know, right? Just brilliant. Yeah. I just read something on a breeding success. Do you mean osprey or lamprey, Starmy? Yeah. Anyhow. Oh, lamprey, the fish. Okay, cool. The jawless fish, lamprey. Yeah. And you saw a pair of black oyster catchers. Very cool, Oddbjorg. Oyster catchers are neat. I remember going on a birding trip to the Farallon Islands, and we saw some oyster catchers, which was really cool. There we go, the Farallon Islands, off the coast of California. I saw a black oyster catcher, and there's like an official naturalist guide on the trip. And we saw that, and I'm like, I thought I was being really, really smart. And I'm like, isn't it true that the oyster catcher doesn't actually catch oysters? And he's like, what are you talking about? Yeah, they do. Turns out they do. And I was totally wrong. Just deny. It happens. Yeah. Being a doofus. I know, right? Yeah. Anyhow, and holy cow, Madam 33, thank you for the 64 months. Holy moly, where's our alert for that? Didn't fire. But that's a long time, Madam 33. That is almost a whole year. 64 months. Holy cow. Yeah. And Neverwinter says osprey populations in the Chesapeake region are crashing due to menhaden overfishing. I'm sorry to hear that, Neverwinter. Yeah. Anyway, treasure these birds whenever you see them. Know how lucky you are to see them, and we're quite lucky to see this today. Excellent way to start Thursday Birds Day. Thank you, Salamander, for posting this. Brilliant. Let's continue. Mr. 88 has got a... Who is that? Who is this mystery bird here? Who is this? It's not a gull. This is some kind of passerine bird. I don't know. Pied corvid? I just looked at these. I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. Maybe somebody later on will have identified it. Claire Burr says pied butcher bird, I bet. It probably is some sort of Australian bird that I'm not familiar with. But this one's got a black hood over its whole head. Although this one kind of doesn't. It's got a white head with a black neckerchief, or I don't know. I bet you it's one of these Australian birds. Here. It could be some kind of butcher bird. I could totally see that, Claire. Let's go and take a peek at the butcher birds. And, hooded butcher bird, pied butcher bird. This one has a white head. I don't think it's an Australian magpie. But it's gonna be somebody from that part of the world, I betcha. Yeah, I don't know. This might have to remain mysterious for the moment. Wrong shape for a magpie. This is Kazashi. Well, Australian magpies and Laurasian magpies are very different. They're not the same family. What we call a magpie here in North America is not related to the Australian magpies. So yeah. Here, like Currawongs. Australian magpie is right here. It's a totally different group from North American or European or Asian magpies. Probably a black-collared starling, says Neverwinter. Let's see. Oh, I could see that. And it does have kind of a starling type gait to it there. I could totally see that being the case. I can't quite see the yellow eye skin there. But it could totally be this. I bet you that's it. I bet you that's it. Neverwinter, thank you for coming to our rescue once again. Here. Black collared starling. What's the genus and species? Graciopica nigricollis. Weird that that's not showing up. Let's just get rid of the species name. Let's just look at starlings. Here we go. 35 species. Minus glossy starlings. Yellow-eyed starling? No. That's the actual eye and not the skin around the eye. I don't know. Shoot. Well, I could totally see this being a starling, though, and it very well might be. Yeah. And Snowdenshi, I might have you covered there. No, that's Pink Floyd, not Pink Panther. Well, close enough. Yeah. And if it is a starling, then Neverwinter, did I show you my starling t-shirt design? I have yet to print this. but I put together a digital design for a special T-shirt that I want to make for myself. Where is that? In my digital art folder. There we go. Photoshop is opening up. Here we go. Come on. You can do it. You can do it, Windows. Here we go. A special T-shirt design that I've put together. The real bird brains will get this one, you know? Yeah. I thought it was funny because it's like you see T-shirts where it's like Australia or Africa or South America. Here's one of the most common animals that we have here in North America. Yeah. Anyhow. There you go, fried egg. I should do that. Word on a bird walk. Oh man, I do have a bird walk scheduled. Is it next Saturday? I might need to screen print this before that. Yeah. And Casey, yeah, that is the joke. Oop, wrong button. That is the invasive common starling, aka the European starling. There are now millions, probably hundreds of millions of them here in North America. But yeah, they're not from here. Oh, next Wednesday. Thank you, Lordy. Okay. They might be cutting it close, but we'll see. Yeah. And actually, on this same token, I made another design. I showed these off earlier, but some folks have not seen them yet, and I find them pretty amusing. I mostly made these to make myself laugh, but yeah, somebody else might get a kick out of them. There we go. You get it? People in North Dakota will not find that funny, and I don't know if I'll be able to wear that in that state without, or South Dakota either. I mean, making myself public enemy #1 in both states. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. I hope your appointment went well, Casey. It's good to see you. Yeah. T-shirts designed to start an argument. Yeah, or, you know, at least get some attention. Yeah. Oh, don't say that, Roy. Oof. I don't know. My own personal Mount Rushmore, if I have to pick U.S. presidents, probably have 2 Lincolns and 2 FDRs. Let's get back to our birds. Man, I'm not making good time here. It's gonna take all night at this rate. Yeah. And Casey says, you have these tees? No, I designed those. So I did digital designs, and then I need to get them printed on transparencies so that I can get them screen printed. Not get them screen printed, I do the screen printing myself. Ages ago, we did a live stream with that. Yeah. Printing some shirts by hand.
Ah, beautiful. That one's definitely a keeper. It's my best one yet. In fact, keeper. That's going to be one of the ones I give away, actually, because it turned out so well. See if we can repeat that.
It might be wise to invest in a different screen press, one that's a little higher quality.
Make any to sell? I will be making some Gym Monster to sell in the fall when I get back.
Yeah, I never got around to that.
Are too scuffed for that.
I did make a bunch,
really quick and dirty.
We never got around to selling them.
All these. The ones that I sell are going to look nicer.
Casey says, Danny, screen printing stream when? Hopefully soon. I might be doing this again to raise money for leatherback turtle conservation. And if that goes well, I might just start doing this regularly just to help pay the bills. Our revenue here on Twitch has been on the downturn for a little while. Victorious, thank you for helping with that. Let us get a little bit closer to our sub goal for the week. I appreciate that, Victorious.
Victorious is washing away the ads for 5 lucky mammals.
Thank you, Victorious. Yeah, maybe we'll do some more screen printing like this.
One of those things that I have to get done before I leave on the road trip tomorrow. And I thought,
Thank you, Urgle Wurgle, for the 5 gift subs there. It is a Pakarana.
Urgle is washing away the ads for 5 lucky mammals.
Good stuff. Yeah. You know, income on Twitch, it ebbs and flows. It goes up and down. I know for a lot of people right now, times are tough. This stupid, pointless war in the Middle East is not good for anybody. So I understand that folks might not have as much financial leeway as they may have had a month ago. But yeah, I appreciate any support I can get. Seriously. And maybe this will be a way to help raise a little bit more money too. The designing and printing the shirts, that's not the difficult part. It's the logistics of offering them up for sale, collecting payment, and shipping them out. That's the tricky part. So years ago, I did print a bunch of shirts that I was gonna, and I had people place orders. Some of you who have been here for a long time remember this. And I never figured out a streamlined way to actually charge people for them. And then I ended up just giving all the t-shirts away. Yeah. So I gotta figure that out. You know? The actual commerce part of it. But yeah. I'd like to be able to do that soon. But we'll see if I have time.
Some of these strange beasts were protected by massive plates of bony armor.
Heptacular Raptor, thank you for the 42 months of support. Really appreciate that.
Keep up the great work. Paleo
Thank you.
YES
Heptacular
move.
Raptor,
Paleo
I appreciate
YES
your
move. Paleo YES move.
Your support.
To the global and serious game of paleontology.
And Super Kaijin, thank you for following. Welcome. It's good to have you. Thanks for clicking that follow button.
you know, I've got to get it done. I'd also like to do a stream and test out the mobile rig, which is what I'm using right now. Man, that's a lot. Okay.
I was a little rusty here at this point,
Yeah,
which I will
I'm
be
getting
again
two
when I
birds
start
stoned
doing
at once
this.
here, so to speak.
There you go, Trek Nerd. I do have a...
We don't like to kill birds around here. All right.
What did I say? What did I say about birds for Thursday BIRDSday?
I'm getting two birds stoned at once here, so to speak. Because we don't like to kill birds around here.
True.
All right. Oof.
It's not supposed to look like this. I'm doing this really clumsily.
That one was all over the place, but it turned out okay. Slightly too flooded, but that's fine. Still a big improvement over those earlier ones. This is my second best one so far. Yeah.
Not too shabby.
Not too shabby. All right.
So predictable.
Making progress. Making progress.
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children.
Thank you, Roy of Science. 18 months of support there. Long-time lurker, but long-time supporter.
Long-time lurker.
Or is it 1 month or 18 months? I don't know how to read these things, but Roy of Science, thank you for your support of science outreach here on Twitch. I really appreciate that. And Minnie Pie appreciates it too. Don't you, Minnie?
That belongs in a museum!
She's stepping on my soundboard.
Reptiles own the skies, the land, and the sea.
Kinda hot in these rhinos, thank you.
Reptiles were the dinosaurs.
Thank you for the 36 months there. That's almost a whole year, isn't it? Thank you. What do you think, Minnie Pie? What do you think? We've got so many more birds to cover. She's very lovey-dovey, gotta get, yeah. Oh, are you trying to get some treats? Is that what you're after? Is that what you're after? Huh? Yeah? I suspect it is. I suspect it is. Yeah. She's also saying it's time for ending the stream. It's almost 6 o'clock. All right. We gotta get through more Thursday BIRDSday, though. You know? We gotta get through Thursday BIRDSday. All right, let me get you some treats. Tasty. You gotta chew those, Minnie Pie. Don't just inhale them. More? ¿Quieres más? Claro que sí. Whoa, too many. Gonna lick them? Yeah, you're supposed to eat them. There we go. You gonna leave crumbs all over my desk? Or you gonna eat them up? Eat them up. Get them. She's such a messy eater. She really is. When it comes to treats, she's not a big fan of chewing them. Even though they are dental treats and that's what she's supposed to do. She tries to avoid that as much as she can. You gotta chew your food, Minnie Pie. You don't have gastroliths. You don't have a gizzard. Not like our Thursday BIRDSday birds. Ms. Art Rules se dice delicioso. Que delicioso. No? Lucky. I've been trying to teach her Spanish, and she's not entirely receptive to the idea. I want to stick out the tongue enough, says Claire. Lordy asked me to send her these photos that I got of Moon Pie the other day. We got Moon Pie sticking her tongue out. She's normally very serious, Moon Pie. Yeah. Anywho. Anyway. Thursday BIRDSday, let's get back to it. We've got through how many birds so far? 2? Let's continue. Speedrun. Crows versus red-shouldered hawk from Alexander Morrison. By the way, today is my father's birthday, and he's been enjoying the BIRDSday streams lately. So if you could wish him a happy birthday, Danny, he'd really appreciate it. Father Morrison, I'd like to wish you a very happy birthday. Thanks for raising such a cool kid. Alexander Morrison is a quality chatter, and we really appreciate him around here. You bet, Alexander. Yeah. We've got a video here, a short put together by Alexander Morrison with music by Brian Eng. Let's have a gander. Theropod fight. We've got crows. That's Corvus brachyrhynchos, I believe. American crow. They seem agitated. What's got them all bothered? Is that a red-shouldered hawk? I trust you there, Alexander. Yeah. Although, head is awful light color. I don't know. I don't know my Ascipterians well enough. Very cool. Yeah. Oh, man. Theropod fight. Very cool. Thank you for posting, Alexander. Excellent. Very nice. And red-shouldered, says Neverwinter. All right. Neverwinter approved. Arrow has got a battle-hardened red-tailed hawk. Yeah, look at those. Are those primaries or secondaries that are missing there? It's tattered. Definitely looks like it's been through the ringer. Yeah. This kind of reminds me of, like the survivorship bias plane. Yep. Salute to you, red-tailed hawk. You've been through it. So clearly we need to put more armor on these feathers. Yeah. Primaries and secondaries, shoot. Yeah. Too much flack, says Claire. Some would say any amount of flack is too much. Captain's Wharf has got another walking video, some bird highlights. Excellent. Here, we'll try and pick just one or two of these. Eurasian J couple sounds cool at 8:43. Here we go. These are always nice to watch. We had some classic Dutch tulips there. You know, this is a big part of what Thursday BIRDSday is all about. Just going out and spending some time in nature. Communing with our theropod friends. Yeah. I encourage everybody, if you get the chance to, I guess this is our equivalent of touch grass. No, don't touch grass. Look at some birds. It's good for you. And you'll enjoy it more than I think you will. Or whoever that sentence is supposed to go. Even if you're in a well-populated area, parts of it paved over, you can still find these beautiful patches of nature. It's really important to be able to do that, to immerse yourself in this to the extent that that's possible. Thank you, Kacklinsworth, again for posting. And here's a link if anybody... There we go. If anybody would like to put a thumbs up or a comment, I'm sure Kacklinsworth would appreciate it. Nice. Touch birds. There you go, Voss. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Sam Neill from Jurassic Park. Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Jake Ophi, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Is the 13 supposed to be an IE? Probably not, actually, but appreciate the follow anyway. Welcome. It's good to have you here. Oh, we've got Branta canadensis here, the Canada goose. A welcome find while walking to No More Kings demo at Torrance City Hall. This is a bird that certainly wouldn't put up with any kind of any kind of tyrants, you know? Just sitting there calmly while people in cars came by. I heard them flying over my home in the morning, and then in the evening every day. Nice. Holy moly, these are formidable birds when they want to be. It is, it's pretty impressive.
Yes.
Oh, man. Yeah. So, it's nice that this goose was tolerant of your presence. I'd say that's a good sign. I'd say that speaks well of your character. Yeah. And that is indeed a cassowary. Cassowarius. Southern cassowary, way of science. Yeah. Anywho, good stuff, F. Edgar. Thank you for posting. And Trek Nerd has got never interrupt the Flicker's mealtime. Uh-oh. What is this? Oh, man. Oh, that's great. Wow. Treckner, good clip here. Whose channel is this? Trek Nerd's channel? Holy moly. I didn't realize you streamed birds here on Twitch. That's really cool. That's very, very cool. Everybody go follow the Trek Nerd. Excellent. Live right now. Check it out. Interesting aspect ratio here. Very wide. That's pretty nifty. That is pretty nifty. That's awesome. Very cool. Happy Thursday BIRDSday to you, Trek Nerd. Good stuff. Yeah. That flicker made me think of... Oh man, there's so many of these. Doorbell cameras. Capturing woodpeckers. Wait for the tongue. They have crazy long tongues that they use to extract their arthropod prey from tree trunks and what have you. Oh man, that's funny. Did I save one of these posts? Let me just look through real quick and see if I can find it in the first few seconds, and if I can't, then we'll move on. Oh well. Let's continue. Ms. Art Rules has got... Very nice. A watercolor portrait of Jackie and Shadow. 2 bald eagles, I presume? Very nice. Will be for one painting, painting for sale at Big Bear for World Art Day. Very nice. I like the gradient, but... excuse me, between the neck, like that, between the head and the torso. This is one of the cool effects you can get with watercolors like this, or gouache even, is a nice kind of smooth transition between different colors. Nicely done, Ms. Art Rules. Thanks for posting. Yeah. Good stuff. Charcone has got the forces of light, Eastern Bluebird versus the forces of darkness, the Robin. This is wild. I don't think I've ever seen a bluebird on the ground. I've seen them in trees, in bushes, I've seen them in flight. I don't think I've ever seen one like on a driveway. That's funny. The female is supposed to be bigger, right? That's true, Ms. Art Rules. Yeah. Yeah, nice. Something I guess you included in your painting? Yeah, there she is there. Bigger than him. Nice. We've got a kookaburra at the Toledo Zoo from Mayor of Space. It's very pensive. What are you thinking about, kookaburra? You know, they don't just laugh. Sometimes they think. Yeah. Very nice, Mayor of Space. The world's largest kingfisher, the kookaburra. I wish I could spend more time on these. We gotta get through these. Whoa. Possibly leucistic partial American robins spotted in my city. Very cool, gay hibiscus. Look at that. Interesting mutation here. Well, it's like you, Sweetie Pie. It's got a white spot. Or rather, a bunch of white spots. Very cool, Hibiscus. Thanks for posting. It is, of course, Turdus migratorius, the American robin. Nice. Huh. Huh. Yeah. Have you ever seen a robin? You probably have. We get lots of other birds here. Robins are not common. Huh. We don't get a lot of robins here. Sweetie Pie, what are you doing? Oh. Oh. Alright, yeah, you're blocking the camera again. Alright. Charlie's Dragon's got a pair of common mergansers. Nice. On the lake by the cabin. Probably I'm going with that identification. Nice. Yeah. Sweetie Pie. What are you doing? Mergansers are really cool. Here. Yeah. Neat. Really strong dimorphism between the males and the females, too. It's pretty striking. They look very different. They're piscivores, fish eaters, and they have serrated bills to hold on to slippery fish. The front of their jaw is also connected with a ligament, so it can stretch a bit sideways for gulping down large morsels. Interesting. Wow. Yeah, okay. Impressive. Impressive. And are they related to mallards? Voss wants to know. I want to say they're closer to... loon? I don't know, actually. Here, let's look it up. Helplified speller, right? There we go. And Kaklenzorf says the serration is why mergansers are called sawbacks, or zogbecken in Dutch. I apologize if I butchered that pronunciation. Mergansers, there we go. And they are related to smews. You know smews. And outside of that, oh man, outside of that, hang on. I guess outside of smews, their closest living relative is this. Hang on. Shark Geek? You're raiding into me? I appreciate that very much, Shark Geek. I hope you're doing well. Hope you had an excellent stream.
3K and their 18 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Welcome, welcome, Shark Geek and co. I hope you had an excellent stream. Learning about sharks, corals, marine conservation, whatever you were talking about today. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Well, I'm doing my darnest to get through Thursday BIRDSday. And, here we go. Charlie's Dragon posted pictures of these mergansers. And And then we had a question, what are they related to? There's the mergansers here. And their closest living relative is the smew, but outside of that... is a different kind of bird. Gotta love these guys. Golden Eyes are so much fun. Wrapped up in an interview with Dr. Stephen Kajura about a fascinating novel device he's developed that uses galvanic reaction. Oh, very cool, Shark Geek. You were talking about this on stream the other day. They both benefit the commercial fishing fleets and simultaneously prevent tens of millions of shark deaths annually. Is this the thing that it uses zinc in its construction, or was that a different thing? But yeah, that's super exciting. I gotta go back and watch that VOD. That sounds really cool. Zinc and graphite, very cool, Alex Vexen. Thank you. Really neat. Very, very cool. And well, there's something that I've been sad about this past year. The discontinuation of the penny by the U.S. Mint. But this could actually be a really good thing for sharks, potentially. Because here's the thing. In 1982, the U.S. Mint switched from copper to zinc for construction of pennies. So the zinc industry had been lobbying for the continuation of the penny, and it looks like they lost that fight. So the zinc industry here in the U.S., maybe you can get them on your side to help with the whole shark bycatch problem. They no longer have pennies, but zinc-coated fishing hooks. I don't know, the zinc lobby is more powerful than you would expect if you can get them on your side. Yeah. I brought that up. You mentioned this right at the end. Oh, very cool, Shark Geek. Nice, nice, yeah. Anyhow. And Cacklin's Riff says, does the no more pennies imply no more thoughts? I mean, it checks out, I guess. Don't get me started. This current administration regime here in the U.S. Anyway, let's get back to Thursday BIRDSday, because we've got birds to cover. Charlie's Dragon has got some mergansers. Apparently, they sometimes form daycare groups called a creche. Nice. Like in Walking with Dinosaurs with the Diplodocus, or the Lialanosaura. Where one female will look after several, sometimes tens of ducklings, while the other mothers are out feeding. That's so cool. You gotta love the social behaviors of birds like this. This is great, Charlie's Dragon. Thank you for posting. I appreciate it. Oh, and that red-tailed hawk is just molting. Okay. Thank you, Neverwinter. And this is from today. Holy cow, Chaotic Time Traveler. There's Luffy there, who was watching the stream earlier. I got word of a horned lark sighting in town. Wasn't able to get out to look due to the weather. We got a yellow bird feeder just in time for the goldfinches to return. Nice. The grackles, not depicted, have been back too, though my mom has been putting out different food to discourage them and attract different birds. She says the grackles are bullies and drive away the other avian dinosaurs. They do have a reputation for that. I also saw a pair of these corvids. I'm dealing with a little too much chronic pain to tell if they are crows or ravens. Let's take a look. That looks like a crow. Corvus brachyrhynchos, probably. Yeah, I think these are crows. This one's puffing up its throat. It almost makes it look like a raven, but I'm pretty darn sure that's a crow. And then I love the stickers or the dots that you have on the window so you don't get bird strikes, so the birds don't try and fly through the window. It's clever. More people should do that, you know? And then, yeah, goldfinch. Nice. Thank you for posting, Chaotic Time Traveler. And that's lovely. Look at that handsome fella. And that disheveled looking paleontologist too. Nice. Thank you so much for posting, Chaotic Time Traveler. I appreciate it. And Scoops has got another tawny frogmouth for us. We just can't get enough of these. These are awesome. The tawny frogmouth. One of the best camouflage birds in the world. And simultaneously one of the most expressive. It looks like a Jim Henson character. Yeah, just so many emotions. They're so much fun. Anyway, thank you for posting there, Scoops. Good stuff. Chaotic Kitten has got... Who is this? Went to a Birds of Prey demonstration on March 30th in Ireland at Islewick Cave. 3 different kinds of birds with their trainers. The first pair were very smart, but definitely did the show on their own terms. Yeah, they'll do that. You can lead a bird to water, but they might fly around, or they might stay put, or they might... Birds just do what they're gonna do, you know? Can't remember their names. Beautiful, though. Very nice. And these are not species I'm familiar with. They're probably native to Europe. Harris hawk. Oh. Cool, Neverwinter. Okay, okay. Huh. Neat. Second bird was Jesse. He was so precious and very derpy. Definitely showed how he depends more on his ears than his eyes. Well, owls also have extraordinarily good eyesight. They've got incredible hearing, but really, really good eyesight, too. But it's mostly night vision. So they've lost most of their cones, the color perception cells on their eyes, and focus just on the rods for extraordinary night vision. But yeah, this is a barn owl, right? Do I have that right, Neverwinter? Third bird was Sam. Oh, is this a peregrine or a gyrfalcon? Gyrfalcon? Barn owl, yes. Yeah. And thank you, Starmie and Catlinsdorf. Yes. And it's a peregrine. Okay. Nice. Very cool. Peregrine's the world's fastest animal, which also makes it the world's fastest dinosaur. It's cool that the world's fastest animal is a dinosaur. If you were to tell that to somebody on the street, you know, like, you're the world's fastest animal is a dinosaur? They go, oh, dinosaurs are dead. What are you talking about? You go, well, actually, peregrine falcons. And it's not a peregrine. I can't remember what he said it was. Is it a gyrfalcon? Gyrfalcon? Maybe? No. These ones eat, saw a video about this. They eat, race cars. Right? Yeah, here we go. Show you what happens here, because it's pretty grisly. But, Narc SM, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here's a link to that video if you do want to see the grisly ending. Cat Kitten says, I will post more pictures of other birds next week. Nice. This does look more like a peregrine than a gyrfalcon, but I'm not an expert in such things. So, yeah. Neverwinter's got a lark sparrow. Well, look at that. He looks sleepy. Seen in Evesham Township, New Jersey, in March 2023. This handsome sparrow is known for its bold facial markings. It does look bold, but also maybe like it could use some coffee. Beautiful picture as usual, Neverwinter. Thank you for posting. Lark sparrow. Pretty cool. Gav has got a bald eagle feasting in a field full of prairie dogs. Uh-oh. Although, I don't know, prairie dogs are... I don't know if you'd find prairie dogs in the middle of a town like this. I wonder if those are pocket gophers or something like that. It's funny, there's so many different kinds of birds that'll just gobble up gophers left and right. Yeah. Here. These guys. Well, I won't pull it up now. I've shown it before on stream, but I've got video of a great blue heron just walking around in the middle of a field. And it would just wait by these gopher holes. And a gopher would come up, and you just grab him. Maybe even, like, spear him with his beak. And just gobble down and would wait for the next one. And ate, like, a whole family of gophers. Just one after the other, after the other, after the other. It's just a massacre. So it seems like lots of different birds like to do that, and it's interesting to see a bald eagle doing this. They can be very opportunistic. They're known for eating fish. They've got those nicely curved claws like we saw on the osprey, so they're very good at catching fish, but they'll eat carrion, they'll eat gophers, they'll eat various non-avian reptiles if they can get them. They'll eat out of dumpsters, they'll eat garbage, they'll eat whatever. Opportunistic, those bald eagles. An interesting mayor space. Bald eagles just as skittish as kingfishers. That's interesting, yeah. I've gotten some good photos of bald eagles before, but maybe they're really skittish in your area for some reason. Anywho. Let's continue. Thank you, Gav, for posting. Heptacularaptor has got a non-avian reptile and an avian reptile. That looks like an American alligator, I'm guessing. At the bottom, see those scutes, those osteoderms? And then who is that? Prothonotary warbler. I've never heard of that before. That is so vibrant looking. That's wild. It almost doesn't look real. There we go. Neverwinter says, love Prothonotaries. I've never heard of this bird before. Huh. Interesting that the common name follows after the scientific name. Citrea, I think that is a reference to it looking like a lemon. But Protonotaria. Huh. Pretty cool. Thank you for posting that, Dacularaptor. Good stuff. Is he really a licensed notary? I don't know, Mayorspace. My stepmom is a licensed notary. It's lemon-shaped. There you go, Spartan, yeah. Nothing to do with it being yellow. Cacklin Surf says, I just realized the Eurasian Jay couple in the video is a bit distant. Here's a different Eurasian Jay I met later on the same walk. Nice. You just posted this a little while ago, didn't you? Nice. Oh, they're so cool. Jays are such neat birds. There's so much personality. Corvids in general. They're just delightful. Very cool. I love it when you watch a bird and the bird watches back. You know? Two creatures who've independently evolved some degree of intelligence. I mean, they're really clever, and I guess you could say maybe we've got a certain cleverness about us as well, as human beings. Yeah, separated by what? 320 million years of evolution? And yet we can still look into each other's eyes and be like, yeah, I'm watching you, you're watching me. Pretty cool. Thank you, Declan Swerve, for posting that. Oh, and that concludes it. Well, well, well. A very happy Thursday BIRDSday to everybody. I guess that marks the end of our stream and the end of our week here on Paleontologizing. Let's commence our wrap-up procedure. But don't go away just yet. We're going to go right into somebody else doing some science. I wonder if Science Streams is on. But we'll put an Archaeopteryx under our credits here. And hang on, we got a... There we go. Refresh cache. That should do it. Who else is live right now? I'm not seeing any... Oh, no, there is Science. Doing some Pokemon. What's Moohoodles up to? Is she doing some science? She is. Talking about the Artemis launch. Let's go right into Moohoodles. Nice. She does astronomy and space science and rocketry, science outreach and communication. We'll go see what she's up to. Thank you to everybody showing up in our credits, by the way. Raiders and new followers, thanks for coming in. Welcome, and I hope you'll join us again on Monday for some more Paleontologizing. Thank you to everybody who supports these streams financially. Subscribers and resubscribers, gifters and cheerers, the folks who who make these streams possible through their financial contributions. This would not be possible without you, and I appreciate that tremendously. Give me the opportunity to do this full-time is a dream come true, and I'm deeply grateful. Thank you also to our loyal and beloved moderators who keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody, no matter their background or their level of expertise. Appreciate you mods coming in here every day and hanging out with us. We're the beating heart of this community, mods, and I hope you have a wonderful weekend.